Hey there, and welcome back to Bedtime Shadow Story. I know many of you enjoy these stories as a way to unwind and drift off to sleep. So before you close your eyes, I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from around the world. Drop a comment and let me know. And if you're enjoying the video, don't forget to like and subscribe for more soothing tales. Now, let's dive into part 1 of tonight's story. Part 1, it was a chilly autumn night, and the wind whistled through the trees, rustling their bare branches against the windows of the old high school. Inside, the halls were silent, save for the occasional echo of footsteps that reverberated down the empty corridors. The building seemed to breathe a cold, eerie air that clung to the walls, its faded paint peeling as if trying to escape the darkness that seemed to settle in every corner. For most of the students, the bell had long since rung, signaling the end of the school day. Yet, for a few, the night had only just begun. The staff had left, but a small group of students stayed behind, drawn by the allure of something that neither their teachers nor their friends understood. Samantha was one of them. She had heard rumors about the school, stories that she couldn't quite dismiss, no matter how hard she tried. Whispers that circulated about the haunted history of the building, things that happened when the sun dipped below the horizon. But like most of her peers, she dismissed them as silly superstitions. She wasn't one to get spooked by ghost stories or urban legends. But tonight was different. Samantha had stayed late to finish a project with her best friend, Emily. The two of them had been working in the library, the soft hum of fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting long shadows across the rows of dusty books. Emily, always the more curious and adventurous of the two, was eager to wrap up so they could go grab some coffee and relax. But something seemed off tonight. It wasn't the project, or the strange sounds the old building occasionally made, but the weight of the silence. As they packed up their things, a sudden chill swept through the room. It wasn't a draft from the windows, there were none open. It was as if the air itself had grown colder. Samantha glanced at Emily, her friend's brow furrowed in thought, eyes scanning the room. The librarian, who usually stayed late to oversee the students, had disappeared a while ago. It was just the two of them, alone in the vast, empty library. "Did you feel that?" Samantha asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Emily nodded, but didn't answer. She grabbed her bag, zipping it up with deliberate care. The tension in the room was palpable, a thick fog of unease that made Samantha's skin prickle. "Let's just go," Emily said, her tone uncharacteristically sharp. "I don't like it here tonight." They stepped into the hallway, the soft glow of emergency lights casting a faint, dim illumination down the corridor. The school seemed so much larger in the dark, its labyrinth of hallways stretching endlessly in every direction. The silence pressed down on them, the only sounds being their footsteps echoing against the cold, polished floors. "Do you ever wonder if we're the only ones left here?" Samantha asked, trying to break the silence. She couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone, that something or someone was lurking just beyond their sight. Emily chuckled, but it was a nervous laugh, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "No, just overactive imaginations. We're fine." But Samantha wasn't so sure. As they walked toward the exit, a strange noise drifted toward them, something like a whisper. At first, it was so faint that they could have imagined it. But then it came again, closer this time. "Did you hear that?" Samantha asked, her voice barely audible. Emily nodded, her eyes wide. Yeah, but I don't think we should stick around to figure out what it is. They quickened their pace, but the sound followed them. It wasn't coming from anywhere specific. It was as if it was coming from all directions at once. A whispering voice that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. The air grew heavier, colder still, and the door to the exit seemed further away than it had moments before. Samantha could feel the weight of the darkness closing in on them, a suffocating presence that had no tangible form but was undeniably real. As they neared the door, it happened. A shadow darted across the hallway in the corner of their vision. Samantha's heart skipped a beat. She stopped dead in her tracks, and Emily froze beside her. Their eyes locked in mutual fear. Neither of them had seen anyone else in the building, not since the librarian left hours ago. There was no way anyone else could be here unless... Without thinking, they both bolted for the door, their footsteps pounding the floor as they raced toward the exit. They could hear it now, footsteps behind them, getting closer with each passing second. Someone or something was following them. Just as they reached the door, it slammed shut with a deafening crash, trapping them inside. Panic surged through Samantha's chest as she grabbed the handle, twisting and pulling desperately. The door wouldn't budge. It was as though an invisible force was holding it shut, locking them inside with whatever was lurking in the dark. They turned around, eyes wide in terror, but there was no sign of anyone. No one was there. Just the empty hallway, but they weren't alone. The whispering grew louder, the voice growing clearer now, and the sound was unmistakable. It was calling their names. Samantha, Emily. They turned toward the sound, but the hallway was empty. No one was there, yet they both knew, deep in their bones, that something was very wrong. And then they saw it. A figure standing at the far end of the hallway, bathed in shadow. Its face was obscured by darkness, but they could feel its gaze, cold and unblinking, fixed on them. Samantha's heart raced in her chest, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She felt herself being pulled toward the figure, as if some invisible force was guiding her steps. Run! Emily screamed, snapping Samantha out of her trance. The two girls turned and fled down the hallway, their feet pounding against the floor, the sound of their racing footsteps drowned out by the whispering voices. The figure followed, its presence growing stronger with each step. They reached the stairs leading to the basement, and without hesitation, they descended into the darkness below. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, and the concrete walls felt oppressive, like they were closing in on them with every passing second. It was then that they realized something terrible. There was no way out. Samantha and Emily turned back, only to find the shadow had followed them down into the basement. And as it stepped forward, the whispering voices filled the air, louder than ever, echoing in their minds. You shouldn't have come back. Suddenly the lights flickered, and in the brief moment of darkness, the shadow lunged. Part 2. The basement lights flickered again, casting long, haunting shadows across the damp stone walls. Samantha could feel the cold seeping into her bones, as if the very air was trying to freeze her in place. The shadow in front of them moved, but its shape remained unclear, an unnatural void in the otherwise dim light. Her heart pounded in her chest, the sound almost deafening in the silence that followed. Emily grabbed Samantha's arm, pulling her back as they stumbled backward toward a corner of the basement. They could still hear the footsteps, the slow, deliberate pacing of something moving toward them. The whispering voices had become almost unbearable, echoing in their minds, growing louder with each passing second. "You shouldn't have come back." The words were distorted, twisted, as if spoken by something that wasn't quite human. "What is that thing?" Samantha whispered, barely able to control her breath. Her eyes were fixed on the shifting shadow, and her mind raced to make sense of what was happening. "What does it want?" I don't know," Emily stammered, her voice shaky. "But we need to get out of here. Now." The two girls turned, desperately scanning the basement for a way out. The stairs were a distant memory, swallowed by the darkness, and the hallway that had led them down here seemed impossibly far. There was only one other option, a metal door at the far side of the basement, partially hidden behind a pile of old boxes. It was their only chance. "Come on, Sam, we have to move," Emily urged, pulling Samantha by the arm. They sprinted across the cold floor, the heavy echo of their footsteps reverberating through the basement like a warning, but the shadow continued to advance, seemingly getting closer despite their desperate efforts to escape. The whispers were no longer just voices. They had become a constant presence in their minds, a barrage of words that neither of them could escape. "Help me, ... help us ... The whispers began to say, the words morphing into a single plea, but it wasn't clear whether the voice was trying to help or deceive. It sounded far too familiar, like a voice they should have recognized but couldn't place. Samantha's heart raced. The door was in sight, but the shadow no. The figure was so close now. She could feel it, like a suffocating pressure pressing down on her, trying to pull her in. She didn't want to look back, but she couldn't help herself. When she did, she saw something that made her blood run cold. The figure was no longer a shadow. It had formed now. A tall, gaunt figure with hollow eyes and a skeletal frame, its face twisted in a grotesque mockery of a human expression. Its skin was pale and sickly, like it had been drained of all color. But what truly horrified her were the hands' long, bony fingers that seemed to stretch and curl unnaturally, as if they were reaching out to grab her. It was too much. Too much for anyone to handle. Samantha and Emily reached the door and wrenched. It opened, but what lay beyond it was not the warm safety of the outside world. Instead, there was nothing but darkness. No. Emily screamed, panic overtaking her. It's just a wall. But it wasn't a wall. At first, Samantha thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. But when she stepped forward, she realized the truth. The door led to a void, a black abyss that seemed to stretch on forever, swallowing all light, all sound. It wasn't just darkness, it was emptiness, like there was no world beyond it, nothing left. As if the very fabric of reality had been torn apart, leaving them trapped in some otherworldly dimension. The shadow had caught up to them, its presence now overwhelming. The whispers had turned into a chant, growing louder with every breath. They took, help us, help us, help us. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, seeping into their minds like a poison. It was the same voice they had heard earlier, but it was no longer just a whisper. It was a demand, a plea, a cry, for help that chilled them to their very core. Samantha tried to back away from the void, but her feet felt rooted to the floor. Emily was frozen beside her face pale and wide-eyed, as if she could hardly comprehend the horror they were facing. "Why are you doing this?" Samantha screamed, her voice raw with fear. "What do you want from us?" The figure stepped forward, its hollow eyes locking onto her, its lips curling into a sinister grin that stretched far too wide for any human to achieve. It didn't speak. Instead, the whispers that had once been fragmented and disjointed began to form coherent words in their minds. "You were always meant to be here," the voice said, soft but clear. "You're part of us now, forever." Samantha's breath caught in her throat as the shadow took another step forward. She could feel it. The air was thick with malevolent energy, something ancient and powerful, as if the building itself was alive with dark intent. And then something shifted in the space around them. The darkness began to pulse, rippling like the surface of a black ocean. The walls of the basement, the old boxes, the stairway, it all seemed to distort and twist, as if reality itself was warping. Responding to the presence of whatever this thing was, Samantha reached for Emily, grabbing her hand tightly. But the moment their skin touched, Emily's body stiffened, her face contorting in pain. "No!" Emily screamed, but the sound was strange, distant. Her eyes locked onto Samantha's with a mix of fear and something else, something darker. The darkness closed in around them. It wasn't just a basement anymore. It wasn't just a school. The building itself had become part of whatever evil had manifested there, as if the very foundation had been corrupted by an ancient force that fed off fear and despair. "Run, Sam, run." Emily's voice trembled, but the words were slurred, as though they were being ripped from her. Samantha shook her head, desperate to hold on to her best friend, but Emily was slipping away, her form blurring like smoke dissolving into the darkness. "No, please," Samantha begged. "Please don't leave me." But it was too late. Emily was gone. The last thing Samantha saw was her friend's wide eyes, filled with terror, before she vanished into the shadows, swallowed by the void. And then the basement was silent again. But Samantha wasn't alone. From the depths of the darkness, the whispers returned. "Now you're one of us." Samantha felt the cold, the void, and the darkness press in on her. She felt herself being drawn closer to the edge of the abyss, as if something invisible was pulling her toward it. She was next, and she knew with horrifying certainty that there would be no escape. Part 3. Samantha could feel her breath quickening, her pulse racing as she struggled against the suffocating presence that was closing in around her. The darkness, once just a shadow, had become something tangible, a living, breathing force that threatened to swallow her whole. Her legs trembled beneath her, but she couldn't seem to move, as though the very air around her had solidified, trapping her in place. The whispers were everywhere now, inside her head, in her ears, winding their way into her very thoughts. "Help us, help us, help us." The words echoed in her mind like a mantra, a chant she couldn't escape. They weren't just words anymore. They were a part of her, a constant, gnawing presence that scraped at her sanity. Samantha tried to block them out, but they only grew louder. She could feel her mind fraying, the edges of her thoughts starting to unravel. "No, no, no, no," she gasped, clutching her head in her hands. trying to block out the insistent voice that was eating away at her. But it was impossible. The darkness was closing in, and with it, the realization that she had lost control of everything. And then she heard something that froze her blood, the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from behind her. Samantha whipped around, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. But there was no one there, just the oppressive void, the darkness that stretched endlessly in every direction, suffocating her with its presence. But then she saw it out of the corner of her eye movement. Something dark, shifting just beyond her line of sight. She turned, her head sharply, her eyes darting to the shadow at the edge of the basement. And there it was again. The figure. It was no longer just a vague shape. Now, in the dim light, she could see its form clearly. The tall, gaunt figure with hollow, sunken eyes, its face twisted in that grotesque, inhuman smile. It was standing at the far end of the basement, watching her, its bony fingers twitching. In anticipation, Samantha stumbled backward, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she tried to make sense of what was happening. She had to run. She had to escape. But where? There was nowhere to go. The door they had tried to escape through had vanished, swallowed by the same darkness that now surrounded her. The basement was a prison, a nightmare from which there was no escape. "Please, please," she begged, her voice shaking. "I don't want to be here. I don't want to be part of this. Let me go." The figure didn't respond. It just stood there, its eyes boring into her, watching her every move with a kind of predatory calm. The whispers grew louder, and now, instead of just words, there was something more, something terrible, something beyond comprehension. A low, guttural growl deep in the pit of her stomach, a sound that vibrated through the air, shaking her to her core. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by an unbearable sensation, a crushing weight on her chest, as if something was pressing down on her from all sides. She gasped for air, but the darkness seemed to be choking her, stealing the breath from her lungs. She couldn't move, couldn't think. The figure was getting closer now, its long, skeletal arms reaching out toward her. "No, no!" Samantha screamed, her voice breaking as the cold fingers of fear tightened around her heart. And then, in a flash of clarity, it hit her. She had been here before. The basement, the figure, the whispers. They were all familiar, like a forgotten memory clawing its way back to the surface of her mind. She remembered the stories, the rumors, the things her classmates had whispered about the school. She remembered the mention of the curse, the strange events that had occurred in the building years ago, long before she had enrolled. She remembered the way people would avoid the basement, would avoid certain parts of the school after dark. And now she understood why. The school was haunted, but it wasn't just the spirits of the dead that lingered here. This place, this building, was something far older, far darker. A place where the boundaries between the living and the dead had eroded, where something ancient and powerful had taken root and twisted everything around it. The figure that stood before her was a part of that darkness, a manifestation of the malevolent force that had consumed the school, the building, and now her. Samantha's heart raced in her chest, her pulse pounding in her ears as the figure took another step forward. She could feel its presence now, like cold fingers brushing against her skin, a chill that sunk deep into her bones. It was close, too close. With a final surge of strength, she pushed against the crushing darkness, forcing herself to take a step back, and then another, her feet dragging across the floor. The figure moved, its limbs extending unnaturally, and just as its fingers brushed against her arm, a surge of heat pulsed through her body. Samantha gasped, her eyes snapping open as she realized what was happening. The darkness wasn't just suffocating her, it was trying to pull her in, to consume her completely. But there was something else now, something she had never felt before. A spark of light, a flicker of resistance. Her hand trembled as she reached for the ground, her fingers brushing against something cold and metal. It was a chain, rusted and worn, a strange, unearthly object buried beneath the dirt and dust of the basement floor. As her fingers curled around the chain, something inside her stirred a memory, a warning. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, as if the darkness knew what she had found. But it was too late. With one final desperate pull, Samantha yanked the chain from the ground, and in that moment the figure froze. For a second, everything was silent. The whispers stopped. The figure, too, stopped moving, its hollow eyes staring at her with a look of shock, like it had never expected this. And then the darkness shattered. The air seemed to vibrate with an explosive force, the cold that had surrounded her suddenly dissipating. The figure let out a horrible, guttural scream, its form distorting, twisting in unnatural ways, as if being pulled apart by some invisible force. Samantha stumbled backward, the chain still clenched tightly in her hand as the darkness receded. The basement was no longer oppressive. The suffocating weight lifted, and she could breathe again. She looked around, her eyes scanning the basement, and to her relief, the shadows that had once filled the space were gone. The air was still, the oppressive weight lifted. The figure was nowhere to be seen, but she wasn't alone. There, at the far end of the basement, stood Emily. Samantha's heart skipped a beat as she called out, "Emily." Emily's form was faint, ghostly, but it was her. She looked at Samantha with wide, pleading eyes, and for the first time Samantha could hear her clearly. "Run before it's too late. You have to get out." And then, as if she had never been there at all, Emily vanished, her ghostly form dissipating into the thin air dot. Samantha stood alone in the basement, the chain still clutched in her hand. But she knew one thing for sure: whatever force had taken Emily, whatever darkness had haunted the school for years, it wasn't done yet. She had to escape before it found her too. Part 4. Samantha stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and the silence that now filled the basement was almost suffocating. Her mind raced, trying to comprehend what had just happened. She had seen Emily Asterisk. She had heard her voice Asterisk, clear as day, warning her to run. But just as quickly as she had appeared, Emily had vanished, leaving Samantha alone in the dark, cursed basement. The chain in her hand felt heavier now, as if it carried with it a weight far greater than its rusted, cold surface suggested. She looked at it for a moment, unsure of its significance, but knowing somehow that it was important, perhaps the key to understanding what was happening in the school. The whispers had stopped, and the air had lost its suffocating chill. But the strange energy that had flooded the basement remained, an invisible pressure that lingered in the air. Something had been disturbed, something old and powerful, and Samantha wasn't sure what the consequences would be. But she knew she couldn't stay there. Her legs trembled beneath her, and though she wanted nothing more than to run, something held her back. The basement, now eerily still, seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, an energy that whispered in her ears like a forgotten memory, like a warning. "Run," the voice inside her mind urged again. Asterisk, "but where will you go?" Asterisk, she shook her head, trying to push the thought aside. She couldn't give in to fear. She couldn't. She had to find a way out of this nightmare, forcing her legs into motion. Samantha turned toward the far side of the basement where the stairs once had been. It was the only exit she could see. The path was clear, but the shadows felt alive, watching her every movement. The sense of being watched had returned, and with it, a feeling of dread that clawed at the edges of her sanity as she moved toward the stairs. Her eyes caught the faintest glimmer of light, weak, flickering. It came from a small window at the top of the stairs, far from reach. A slice of moonlight that, for a moment, made her hope that she was closer to escaping. But as she took another step, her eyes darted back to the empty space where Emily had vanished. It was like the air around her shimmered with the remnants of Emily's presence. As though she was still there, her specter lingering, trying to reach out, trying to say something she couldn't quite understand. Samantha's mind spun in every direction. She couldn't ignore the feeling, the pull in the pit of her stomach that told her to leave. But at the same time, something deeper within her said that she needed to understand what was happening. If Emily was still here, trapped somewhere in the dark corners of the school, she might be able to save her. But how? How could she save someone who had already disappeared into nothingness? A low sound broke through her racing thoughts. A soft, scraping sound, barely audible, but unmistakable. Her eyes darted around the basement, narrowing in on the darkness that stretched across the room. The noise was coming from behind her. It was faint at first, but as it drew closer, it became unmistakable. The sound of something dragging across the floor. Samantha's heart skipped. Asterisk, no, no, no. She wanted to scream, but the sound of the dragging grew louder, and her feet refused to move. The darkness seemed to grow more alive, more eager. Slowly she turned Dot at first. She couldn't see anything. But then, just as her eyes adjusted, the shape emerged from the blackness. It was low to the ground, creeping forward, its form humanoid but twisted, malformed. Long clawed hands scraped along the floor, leaving deep marks on the stone. The air grew colder again, the chill creeping up her spine. Samantha's breath caught in her throat as the figure's face slowly emerged from the shadows. It was not a man nor a creature she recognized. It had the face of a skull skin stretched taut over its bone, hollow eyes staring back at her, with an emptiness that sent a surge of terror through her. For a moment, they just stared at each other, Samantha, trembling in place, and the figure that crawled toward her with unnatural speed. The whispers came again, but this time they weren't in her mind. They were in the room, all around her. She's not meant to leave. She's one of us now. She was always meant to stay. Samantha took a shaky step back, her legs unsteady. The figure crawled closer, its hands making an awful scraping sound as it moved, a sickening noise that grated on her nerves. Its eyes, black as coal, seemed to pierce her soul. There was no escaping it. She could feel its malevolent presence, crawling into her chest, squeezing her heart as it got closer. Then, without warning, it lunged. Samantha barely had time to react before the creature's bony fingers gripped her ankle. She yelped in terror as the cold touch seared her skin, like ice wrapping around her leg. She tried to kick, to pull away, but it was too strong. The figure's twisted face loomed over hers, its skull-like grin spreading wider as it dragged her. Backward across the floor, her heart thudded in her chest. Her breath came in gasps as she tried to wriggle free, but its grip tightened. It was pulling her toward the center of the basement, toward the black abyss that had swallowed everything before. It was almost like the creature was offering her to the darkness. With every ounce of strength she had, Samantha screamed, kicking her legs frantically. "Let me go! Let me go!" But her voice was lost in the echo of the basement, swallowed by the whispers that continued to reverberate around her. The cold was overwhelming, a biting frost that seemed to seep deep into her bones. Her head spun as the creature's grip loosened, and in a last-ditch effort, she reached for anything to escape. Her fingers brushed against something cold and hard, a metal pole, something she hadn't noticed before. She grabbed it without hesitation, swinging it toward the creature with all the strength she could muster. The pole struck it square in the chest, and with an ear-splitting shriek, the creature recoiled. Its grip loosened, and Samantha wrenched. Her leg free, she didn't stop to think. She didn't even check if it was still there. She bolted for the stairs. The sound of dragging feet followed her, but she didn't dare look back. Her feet hit the stairs hard, and with each step, she could feel the weight of the darkness chasing her. The pole was still in her hand, but she wasn't sure if it would be enough. The whispers had turned into a chorus now, all chanting the same dreadful words. Asterisk, you can't escape. You can never leave. Asterisk. Her eyes blurred with tears, and her legs felt like lead, but she didn't stop running. There was no choice. There was only the terrifying knowledge that if she didn't get out, if she didn't reach the top of those stairs, the darkness would claim her, and she didn't want to find out what would happen if it did. Samantha pushed herself harder, her breath ragged, as she reached the top of the stairs and sprinted for the nearest exit. It was there, the faint light, the night outside. But even as she reached for the door, her fingers brushing the cold handle, she knew deep down that the darkness hadn't let go yet. Something was still behind her, and it wasn't just the creature. It was the school, the curse, the nightmare that had never truly ended. Part 5, the door before her, felt like a promise, a lifeline that she could almost touch. Samantha's fingers wrapped around the cold metal handle with trembling urgency. Her heart hammered in her chest, the pulsing beat a constant reminder that she was running out of time. But as she pulled on the door, a sickening realization gripped her. It wouldn't budge. The handle turned, but the door itself seemed to be locked in place, as if it had been cemented shut long ago. No, 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 Samantha screamed, slamming her palm against the door with all the strength she could muster. She yanked the handle again, but it was no use. She was trapped. The darkness was closing in behind her, and the figure that had dragged her across the basement was getting closer. She could feel it, the cold, the chill of its presence creeping up her spine. The whispers had started again, louder this time, more insistent. You cannot escape. You belong here. The voices echoed in her ears, taunting her, mocking her efforts to break free. Samantha felt her knees weaken beneath her, her breath coming faster, shallower. Panic was threatening to overtake her. But she couldn't give in, not now. Her eyes darted around the room, desperate for a way out. The air was thick with the remnants of the curse, the oppressive weight of the malevolent energy still clinging to the walls. She needed to think. She needed to focus, but the longer she stood there, the more it felt like the walls were closing. The floor beneath her feet seemed to shift, warping like the basement had earlier, as if the building itself was alive, breathing, pulsing with an energy that wanted to swallow her whole. And then, just as she thought she would collapse from the weight of it all, she saw something that gave her a flicker of hope. Dot at the far end of the room, hidden behind a pile of forgotten school equipment, was a small window, just large enough for her to fit through if she could somehow get to it. Without thinking, Samantha turned and sprinted toward the window. Her shoes slapped against the floor, the echoes of her footsteps growing louder, more frantic. The whispers were nearly deafening now, a cacophony of voices screaming in her mind. She can't escape. She's already ours. She ignored them, gritting her teeth as she reached the pile of crates and metal shelves blocking the window. Her hands, shaking with fear, pulled the items aside with frantic urgency. Her muscles screamed in protest, but she didn't care. She had to get out. She had to get away from this nightmare. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she cleared enough space to see the window clearly. It was small, but the glass was cracked, the jagged edges reflecting the dim light from above. Samantha grabbed the edge of the frame and tugged, but the window wouldn't open. The latch was rusted, frozen in place by years of neglect. Her breath came in ragged gasps. She couldn't let this be the end. She had to get out. Her eyes scanned the room desperately, landing on a rusted pipe near the window. It was old, but sturdy. With one last desperate effort, Samantha grabbed the pipe and swung it toward the window with all her strength. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, shards flying in every direction. Samantha winced as a few pieces of glass grazed her arm, but she didn't have time to worry about it. The window was open. The feeling of triumph was fleeting. As she scrambled toward the broken window, her eyes darted back toward the door. The creature had almost reached her. Its skeletal fingers were inches from her heels, its hollow eyes filled with hunger. The coldness of its presence seeped through the room, freezing her to the core. She couldn't stop. She couldn't hesitate. Her hands reached for the window, and with one final desperate heave, she pulled herself through the broken frame, feeling the rough edges of the glass scrape against her skin. The night air hit her like a wave, cold and refreshing, but it wasn't enough to shake the dread that had settled deep in her heart. She had escaped the basement, but she knew she wasn't safe. The thing that had been chasing her in the darkness that haunted the school was still out there. The ground beneath her was soft, wet with dew, and she found herself stumbling away from the window, the adrenaline in her veins pushing her to keep running. Her feet were numb, and her body ached from the effort, but she couldn't stop now. Not when she knew the horrors lurking behind her. She didn't know where she was going, didn't know what direction she was headed, but all that mattered was that she was outside, away from the school, away from the nightmare. She turned, her eyes scanning the school grounds, expecting to see something moving in the shadows. But the area was eerily quiet, too quiet. The only sound was her own ragged breathing, the rustle of the wind through the trees. But then, her eyes caught something dot at the corner of the school. Near the entrance she had just escaped, there was a figure standing still. Samantha froze. She hadn't heard anyone approaching. The figure was tall, hunched, its outline a vague silhouette against the flickering light of the street lamp. For a moment she thought it was the creature, that it had found her again. But as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw that it wasn't the same dot. It was a man, or something that looked like a man. His face was obscured by shadows, but there was something unsettling about him, something familiar. Samantha's breath caught in her throat. The figure took a step forward, the crunch of gravel beneath his feet echoing in the still night. "Help me," a voice rasped, and for a brief second Samantha thought it was Emily. But the voice was wrong. It was hollow, distant, distorted. She backed away, heart racing again, but something made her stay rooted to the spot. The figure didn't move any closer, but he watched her, his gaze heavy, almost predatory. "Who are you?" Samantha called out, her voice trembling. "What do you want?" The figure didn't answer, but its hands twitched, as if it were struggling to break free from some invisible force. Suddenly, the whispers started again, louder this time, as if coming from the very air around her. "You were never meant to leave. You're not free yet." Samantha's blood ran cold as the air around her seemed to shift. The figure began to fade, his form flickering in and out of existence like a dying flame, and just before he vanished, into the night, he whispered something that sent a chill down Samantha's spine. "You were always meant to stay with us." The figure was gone, and with him, the oppressive presence that had been following her. But Samantha knew better than to believe that she was free. She could still feel it. Something was watching her, waiting for her to slip up. The darkness wasn't done with her yet, and no matter how far she ran, it would follow. Part 6. Samantha's heart raced as the last remnants of the figure faded into the night. She stood frozen, her body trembling with exhaustion, her mind still reeling from the horrors she had experienced in the cursed school. She wanted to run too, put as much distance between herself and the building as possible, but every instinct in her body screamed that she couldn't let her guard down. The air outside felt colder now, heavier, as if the night itself was closing in around her. The street lights flickered, casting weak pools of light across the school grounds, but the shadows seemed to stretch farther than they should have, as if the darkness was hungry, eager to consume everything it touched. Samantha swallowed hard, wiping a tear from her cheek, unsure if it was from fear or frustration. She glanced back at the school, the looming structure standing like a monolith in the night, its windows dark and lifeless. The building seemed alive in some terrible way, as though it were watching her, waiting for her to return. The feeling was impossible to shake, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts, whispering in the back of her mind. "You're not free yet?" The words sent a shiver down her spine. She had no idea who or what had spoken them, but they felt like a warning, a truth she wasn't ready to face. It was then that she realized she could hear something. A soft rustling, barely audible over the wind, coming from the direction of the school. Samantha turned her head, straining her ears, but the sound was gone as quickly as it had come. For a brief moment, she thought it might have been an animal, perhaps a stray cat or a raccoon, but the unsettling feeling in her gut told her otherwise. The rustling started again. This time, it wasn't faint, it was closer, moving toward her. Her heart skipped a beat. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She turned sharply, but there was nothing there. Just a dark, empty parking lot, the silent school looming behind her, like an ominous shadow. She felt her pulse quicken, her hands clammy. The whispers that had plagued her mind earlier began to return, swirling around her in the night air, their voices growing louder, more frantic. You'll never escape. The darkness is in you now. Samantha's legs trembled beneath her, but she forced herself to take a step forward. She had to leave. She couldn't let the fear paralyze her any longer. But just as she began to move, a voice, clear and chilling, stopped her dead in her tracks. You shouldn't have left. It was a voice she knew. Emily. Samantha's breath caught in her throat. The ghostly image of her best friend flashed in her mind, her wide, pleading eyes, her form dissolving into the shadows. The voice had come from somewhere, but there was no one there. She spun around again, her eyes searching the darkness in frantic sweeps, but there was no sign of Emily, no sign of anyone. Just the emptiness, the vast stretch of darkened ground between her and the school. But the voice that had been so real, so familiar, it had echoed in her mind, carrying a weight that felt as if it came from within the walls of the very school. She had fled. The rustling sound returned. This time it was followed by a faint shuffle, then another closer, much closer. It was unmistakable. Someone or something was coming for her. Without thinking, Samantha ran. She didn't look back, not even once. Her legs burned as she pushed herself harder, faster, the cold air biting at her skin as her breath came in ragged gasps. She ran down the winding path away from the school, away from whatever was chasing her. But it was no use, no matter how. Fast she ran, she could feel the presence following her, always just a few steps behind. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. She could feel the darkness closing in, creeping toward her like an unstoppable tide, suffocating her with its weight. Her foot caught on a rock, and she stumbled, falling to the ground with a sharp gasp. The pain in her hands was immediate, but it wasn't enough to stop the terror that surged through her. She pushed herself up, ignoring the blood that was now seeping from her palms. But when she looked up, she saw it, the figure, the same skeletal, shadowy form she had encountered in the basement. It stood at the edge of the parking lot, bathed in the dim light of the street lamp, its hollow eyes locked onto hers, its skeletal grin stretching wider with each passing second. The rustling noise had stopped. The whispers ceased. The only sound now was the slow, deliberate drag of its feet as it took a step forward, and then another. Samantha's breath caught in her throat. She didn't know what it wanted, but she knew that it was no longer just a manifestation of darkness. It was real, and it was after her. She pushed herself up again, stumbling backward. Her mind screamed at her to keep running, to get away, but the figure moved with an unnatural, unhurried pace, each step deliberate and final. No, Samantha whispered, her voice barely audible. Please, leave me alone. But the figure didn't stop, it didn't speak. It just kept coming. It was getting closer. Every step, every drag of its feet was another step toward her demise. Samantha turned and ran again, but she wasn't sure where she was going anymore. There was no escape, no safe place to hide. The shadows of the night seemed to swallow the world whole, and she felt the darkness pressing in from all sides, surrounding her, choking her with its cold fingers' dot as she stumbled down the street. Her foot caught on something again. This time, the ground beneath her cracked open. She gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, as the earth split open in front of her, revealing a deep, yawning abyss beneath her feet. It was the same darkness, the same void that had haunted her every step since she had first stepped foot into. The school dot the ground trembled, and before she could react, she felt herself falling into the endless blackness. Her screams echoed through the night, swallowed by the abyss as she disappeared into the void, the figure's haunting silhouette still lingering at the edge of the hole. And then, silence, but it wasn't over. The darkness was still there, waiting, watching. Part 7, Samantha's fall seemed endless. The world around her spun wildly as the darkness closed in, swallowing everything she had ever known. Her mind felt like it was being pulled apart, every thought, every memory stretched and distorted by the abyss. The more she fell, the more it felt like the very air itself was trying to crush her, the weight of it pressing down on her chest. The darkness was all-encompassing, and for a moment she wondered if she would ever reach the bottom, or if the fall was some twisted form of punishment that would last for eternity. But then, without warning, the sensation of falling stopped. She slammed into the ground with a sharp, painful jolt, her body aching from the impact. For a moment, she couldn't move. Her breath caught in her throat, and her vision blurred from the shock. The floor beneath her felt strange, uneven, like she was lying on cold stone. She lay there, gasping for air, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The whispers were gone. The suffocating cold was gone. But something else lingered, something that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Samantha slowly opened her eyes, blinking against the dim light that surrounded her. Her surroundings were no longer the empty, cold street or the school grounds. She was in some sort of underground cavern, its walls a jagged mix of stone and ancient wood. The air was thick and musty, as if the place had been forgotten by time. The faint glow of torches lined the walls, casting eerie shadows that seemed to flicker and move of their own accord. She sat up slowly, her body trembling from the shock of her fall. She was no longer sure of where she was or how she had ended. Up here, it felt wrong, like she was no longer in the same world. There was an ancient, oppressive weight to the place, like it was part of something much older and far darker than anything she had ever imagined. A sense of dread settled over her like a heavy cloak. Samantha tried to stand, but her legs were weak, shaky. She stumbled to her feet, her eyes darting around, searching for any sign of movement. There was no sound except the distant drip of water and the occasional scuttling of something unseen. The place felt alive, but in a way that made her skin crawl, like it was waiting, watching. Her eyes scanned the cavern, and that's when she saw it dot at the far end of the chamber. Just beyond the flickering torchlight, there was a doorway. It looked ancient, the wood darkened and warped with age. The air around it seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy, like the threshold to another world. She couldn't explain why, but something in her gut told her that this doorway held the answers she needed, or at least the truth, about what had been happening to her dot before she could make up her mind to approach it. A figure stepped into the dim light of the chamber. Samantha's heart leapt into her throat, her body freezing in place as she instinctively took a step back. It was the same figure, the one she had seen in the school, the one that had stalked her through the hallways and dragged her across the basement floor. But this time there was something different about it. It wasn't just a shadow anymore, Dot. It was solid. Tangible. Dot the figure stepped closer, its long, skeletal fingers brushing the stone floor as it moved. Its hollow eyes locked onto hers, and for the first time, Samantha could see its face clearly. There was no grotesque grin, no twisted expression of hunger. Instead, its face was hollow, smooth, and pale, as if it had been carved from marble. Its eyes were dark pits, empty and endless. Samantha's mouth went dry. It was like looking into the abyss itself, a place where light could not exist. The figure didn't speak at first, but the weight of its presence was suffocating, a silent pressure that made her feel as though the air itself was closing in around her. "I thought you had escaped," the figure said, its voice low and gravelly, like it was scraping the bottom of an old, forgotten well. Its voice was almost familiar, too familiar, but Samantha couldn't place where she had heard it before. She took a shaky step back. "What do you want from me?" The figure tilted its head, its dark eyes narrowing. "What do you think you've been running from?" Samantha's breath caught in her throat as the figure took another step toward her. Her heart pounded in her chest, and for the briefest moment she wondered if this was the end. But instead of fear, an overwhelming sense of clarity washed over her. She didn't have all the answers, but she understood now. This was no simple ghost, no curse haunting a school. It was something far older, something that had existed for centuries, maybe even longer. "It's not over," the figure continued, its voice growing more distorted, like it was speaking from far away. "You never left. You were always meant to return." Samantha's legs felt weak again, but she managed to stay upright. She didn't know what it meant, but she was beginning to piece it together. The whispers, the darkness, the strange pull. She had felt ever since she stepped foot in that old school. It was all connected. "Asterisk, what are you?" "Asterisk," she demanded, the words escaping her lips before she could stop herself. The figure stopped in its tracks, its hollow gaze fixed on her, as if considering her question. For a moment it said nothing, just standing there like a statue in the flickering torchlight. Then, with a voice that seemed to echo from the very walls of the cavern, it spoke again. "I am the keeper of the threshold," it said, its voice reverberating in the stillness. "I guard the passage between the worlds," Samantha's mind spun. Asterisk, keeper of the threshold? The words didn't make sense. Was this some kind of spirit, some ancient guardian? What passage was it talking about? The figure took another step, closer, and this time Samantha didn't back away. She couldn't. There was something magnetic about its presence, as if she were drawn to it despite her fear. "You are here because you've crossed the boundary," the figure continued, its voice almost mournful now. "You've broken the seal, awakened what should have remained sleeping, and now you will never escape." Samantha's chest tightened as the words sank in. The darkness, the figure, the school, it had all been part of something much larger, something that had been lying dormant for centuries, waiting for the right moment to rise again. She had triggered it. She had been part of it. "You have brought the curse back," the figure said, its voice filled with a strange sorrow. "But you will not be the one to end it." Before Samantha could respond, the figure raised one bony hand, pointing toward the doorway at the far end of the chamber. "If you wish to understand," it said, "you must pass through. But know this. Once you cross that threshold, there is no going back." Samantha's heart raced, her mind whirling. The doorway. She knew she had to go through it, that it was the only way to get answers. But the fear gnawed at her, that ancient terror of the unknown. "What happens if I go through?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The figure's hollow eyes met hers once again, and for the first time it seemed almost sad. "You will find what you are looking for," it said softly, "but you may not like what you discover." And with that, the figure stepped back, disappearing into the shadows of the cavern, as if it had never been there. Samantha stood in the silence, her heart pounding in her chest. The doorway loomed ahead of her, dark and mysterious, but it was the only path left, the only way to find the answers she so desperately needed. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, her resolve hardening. She wasn't running anymore. She was going to face whatever was waiting on the other side. And whatever it was, she had no choice but to see it through to the end. Part 8. Samantha's heart beat wildly in her chest as she stepped toward the doorway, every inch of her body screaming at her to turn and run. But she couldn't. Not anymore. The figure's cryptic words echoed in her mind, the cold, mournful tone of its voice hanging in the air, filling the cavern with a sense of impending doom. The doorway loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, and she knew that beyond it lay answers, or perhaps a deeper, more terrifying truth that she wasn't ready to face. But there was no turning back. She had crossed the threshold already, hadn't she? The school, the basement, the creature that haunted her every step, it was all part of something much larger, something she couldn't possibly understand. Yet for reasons she couldn't explain, the urge to press on was stronger than her fear. The air around the doorway shimmered with an unnatural glow, the walls of the cavern pulsing softly, as if alive, as if they were part of some ancient, forgotten ritual. The flickering torchlight cast long shadows on the floor, stretching out like ghostly fingers trying to touch her. Every part of the cavern seemed to hum with an energy that she could feel deep in her bones, a resonance that vibrated through her skin. Samantha's fingers brushed the cold wood of the doorway, and as soon as she touched it, the temperature dropped, the air turning ice cold as if she had opened a door to another world entirely. She hesitated, just for a moment, her mind racing, but then she stepped through. The world on the other side wasn't what she had expected. The instant she crossed the threshold, the cavern behind her disappeared, swallowed by a blinding light. It wasn't like anything she had ever seen before. This wasn't the warm glow of sunlight or the flicker of firelight, but a harsh, almost sterile brightness that illuminated everything in sharp relief. Her vision blurred for a second, her head spinning, and then it cleared. She found herself standing in the middle of a vast, barren landscape. The sky above was an unnatural shade of gray, swirling with clouds that seemed to shift and writhe as if alive. The ground beneath her feet was cracked and dry, a jagged, ashen expanse that stretched out endlessly in every direction. It was a desolate wasteland, a place that seemed devoid of life, where even the wind dared not stir. but there was something wrong about it. The air smelled stale, as if it had been untouched for centuries. The very atmosphere seemed to hum with a dark energy, and Samantha could feel it creeping into her, settling deep in her chest, choking the breath from her lungs. She turned in a slow circle, taking in her surroundings. There were no trees, no plants, no animals, nothing that could be called alive. But there was a sense of movement in the distance, something lurking just beyond her sight, just out of her reach. It felt like eyes were watching her from every direction, but whenever she tried to focus, there was nothing there. The empty landscape stretched on, unbroken and eternal. The wind picked up suddenly, carrying with it a strange, mournful sound like a low, haunting wail that echoed through the barren land. Samantha's blood ran cold. The wail wasn't just the wind, it was a voice, a cry that seemed to call out to her, pulling her deeper into the desolation. Asterisk, Samantha. Asterisk, the voice whispered, distant but familiar. She froze. It was her name, whispered like a secret carried on the wind. And it was followed by a faint, hollow laugh that sent a chill through her bones. The sound was mocking, almost like a cruel joke, but there was no joy in it, just the pure, aching sorrow of something ancient, something lost. She spun around, searching for the source of the voice, but all she saw was the endless wasteland, stretching out like a forgotten memory. Asterisk, who's there? Asterisk, Samantha shouted, her voice trembling in the empty air. Her words were swallowed by the vast silence, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, waiting for her to make the next move. There was no response. The land seemed to close in around her, the silence growing heavier. With each passing second, she felt a knot form in her stomach, a tightening pressure that made it hard to breathe. Something was here, something that had been waiting for her dot, as if in answer to her unspoken question. A figure appeared on the horizon, moving toward her with slow, deliberate steps. At first it was just a silhouette, a dark shape against the gray sky, but as it drew closer, she could see more clearly. It was a woman, or something that looked like a woman. Her hair was dark, long, and wild, billowing in the wind as if it had a life of its own. Her skin was as pale as bone, and her eyes were completely black, voids that seemed to swallow the light. Around her, she was dressed in a tattered ancient gown that fluttered in the wind, its edges torn and frayed, as if it had been worn for an eternity. Her presence was unnerving, her very existence a blight on the empty land. Samantha's breath caught in her throat as the woman approached, her steps silent on the cracked earth. The closer she got, the more unsettling her presence became. She radiated a strange, dark power, an ancient energy that made the very air around her feel heavy and oppressive. When she was only a few feet away, the woman stopped, and her black eyes locked onto Samantha's. "So you've come." Her voice was a cold, lifeless whisper, but there was an unmistakable edge of something darker in it, a sense of power, of control. Samantha took a step back, her heart racing. She wanted to run, but her legs felt frozen, rooted to the spot. The woman's gaze seemed to pierce through her, seeing things Samantha herself hadn't understood. It was as if the woman knew everything about her, every fear, every doubt, every moment of weakness. Asterisk, you shouldn't have come here. Asterisk, the woman continued, her voice now more than just a whisper. It carried an eerie resonance, as if it were coming from the very earth beneath their feet. Asterisk. This place is not for the living. You have awakened something ancient. And now you must pay the price. Asterisk. The words struck Samantha like a physical blow. She stumbled backward, her hands reaching for the ground to steady herself. Asterisk. What do you mean? What is this place? What do you want from me? Asterisk. The woman's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Asterisk. You've already taken it from me. Asterisk, she said, her voice dripping with bitterness. Asterisk. The key. The power. You awakened it, and now you will serve it. Asterisk. Samantha's mind raced, but nothing made sense. Asterisk. The key? What key? What power was she talking about? The woman stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and Samantha's body went cold. With fear, there was no escape, no way out. She was trapped in this desolate wasteland, facing a creature older than time itself. Asterisk. You are the one who unlocked the door. Asterisk, the woman said, her voice now a low, mocking tone. And now you will suffer for it. Samantha felt a surge of panic. Asterisk. No, I didn't mean to. Asterisk. But before she could finish her sentence, the woman reached out, her cold hand grasping Samantha's wrist with an iron grip. And in that instant, everything changed. The world around Samantha twisted and spun, the land and sky warping as if reality itself were collapsing. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, and she felt herself falling again, falling into the darkness. This time there was no light, no hope. Just the cold, suffocating weight of the abyss pulling her down into the depths. Part 9. Samantha's body jerked as though yanked by an invisible force, and for a brief moment the world around her seemed to explode into a blur of shifting shadows and broken images. She was falling again, but this time there was no sensation of air rushing past her, no sense of motion beyond the suffocating darkness that had swallowed her whole. She tried to scream, but her voice was lost, consumed by the abyss. Her limbs flailed as she plummeted deeper into the darkness, her mind spinning, struggling to grasp at something solid, something real. There was no light here, no sound, no sensation beyond the overwhelming, gnawing emptiness that wrapped itself around her like a cold, clammy blanket. Her chest tightened, her breath coming in shallow gasps as she struggled to understand what was happening. Was this it? Was she trapped here forever, falling endlessly into nothingness? Was there no escape from this cursed place? Asterisk, please? She thought, her mind screaming for release. Asterisk, please. Someone, something, help me. Asterisk. And then, without warning, the fall stopped. Samantha's body lurched, her feet meeting solid ground, though it felt as though the earth beneath her was shifting and trembling. She gasped for air, her head spinning, as she blinked rapidly, trying to regain her bearings. But the moment she opened her eyes, she was greeted with another scene entirely, one that made her stomach drop in horror. She was standing in what seemed to be an endless hallway, dark and narrow, the walls stretching out around her. The air was thick and suffocating, heavy with the smell of decay and age, as if the very place had been forgotten by time. The floor beneath her was cold, cracked stone, and every step she took echoed in the silence, amplifying the sense of isolation. Then she saw it. At the far end of the hallway, barely visible in the dim light, stood a door. It wasn't like any door she had seen before. It was ancient, the wood warped and covered in symbols she couldn't recognize, but that felt oddly familiar, as if they had been burned into her memory long ago. Samantha's pulse quickened. Her legs felt weak, but she knew she had no choice. She had to go toward the door. It was the only thing in this place that felt like it might lead to the answers she so desperately needed. With every step she took toward the door, the shadows around her seemed to grow thicker, more oppressive. It felt as though the walls themselves were closing in, their cold breath brushing against her skin, whispering promises of terror. But she couldn't stop now. She had to keep going, even as fear twisted in her gut. Her hand reached out, trembling. As she grabbed the handle of the door, it was impossibly cold, as though it had been untouched for centuries. She turned it, and with a groan of aged hinges, the door slowly opened, revealing what lay beyond. Samantha stepped through, her heart hammering in her chest, and found herself in a large, dimly lit room. It was circular, its walls covered in strange markings and symbols that seemed to shift and writhe in the flickering torchlight. The floor beneath her feet was cracked, the remnants of an ancient ritual inscribed into the stone. The room had an eerie, otherworldly feel, as if it existed outside of time, outside of reality itself. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal was a stone black as night, smooth and polished, but with a dull, unsettling glow that seemed to pulse with life. It was surrounded by a faint mist, swirling around it as though it were alive, beckoning her forward. Samantha took a tentative step toward the pedestal, her breath shallow. This was it. This was the source of everything. She could feel the weight of it in her bones, the pull of the stone, the sense that it was the key to everything, the key to the curse that had been haunting her, to the ancient force that had followed her from the school to this dark realm. But as she approached, something inside her warned her to stop. Her instincts screamed at her to turn and leave, that this stone, this cursed artifact, was not something she should touch. But she couldn't resist. Her hands reached for the stone, as if pulled by an unseen force, and the moment her fingers brushed its surface, the room seemed to explode into darkness, but her body jerked back as though struck by a bolt of lightning. She felt the air around her shift, becoming heavy, dense, suffocating. The whispers, those relentless, haunting whispers, flooded her mind, drowning out everything else. You have awakened us. You have set us free. The words were not just in her ears, they were in her head, in her soul, resonating deep within her. She stumbled back, her body shaking as the ground beneath her quaked, the walls of the room shifting, distorting as though they were warping reality itself. And then, through the suffocating darkness, she saw it. The figure. It was standing at the far side of the room, just beyond the pedestal. It was no longer just a shadow. It had form now, solid and terrifying. The same figure from the school, the skeletal, gaunt creature with hollow eyes, its body stretched impossibly thin, its hands long and claw-like. But there was something worse about it now. It was no longer just a manifestation of fear. It was the thing that had been waiting, the thing that had been called by her presence. You should never have come here, the figure said, its voice cold and sharp like ice scraping against stone. Its eyes, those empty, void-like pits, fixed on Samantha as it took a slow, deliberate step toward her. Samantha backed away, her mind racing for a way out. The whispers were deafening now, all around her, filling the room with their maddening chorus. "It is too late. You have opened the gate. Now you belong to us." The figure took another step forward, and the room seemed to close in around her, the walls pressing in like a vice. Samantha felt the weight of the curse settling in, like a physical thing, dragging her down into the abyss. But then something inside her snapped. She couldn't give up. She couldn't let the darkness claim her, not when she was so close to the truth. She had to fight. With every ounce of strength she had left, Samantha turned and ran toward the door. The shadows seemed to reach for her, pulling at her limbs, trying to drag her back, but she kept running. Her breath was ragged, her pulse pounding in her ears, but she didn't stop. The door, the only way out, was in sight. As she neared it, she could feel the figure behind her, its presence closing in, but she refused to look back. She had to get out. She had to survive. With one final desperate lunge, she threw herself through the door. The world around her blurred, and then silence. The oppressive darkness, the relentless whispers, the figure, they were gone. And in their place, there was nothing but cold, still air. Samantha collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, her body aching, her mind spinning with the weight of what had just happened. She was outside again, but the questions remained. The answers were still out of reach, and the darkness, she knew, was never truly gone. The curse had not been broken, but it had merely been delayed. And somewhere in the distance, she could feel it stirring, waiting for the moment when she would have to face it again. Part 10. Samantha's breath came in ragged gasps as she slowly stood, her legs shaking beneath her, her body exhausted from the nightmarish ordeal she had just endured. The air outside was thick with tension, but it was quiet now, the oppressive presence that had once followed her nowhere to be found. She looked around at the bleak landscape before her, empty, desolate, but somehow safe. At least for now, the door she had just passed through remained behind her, standing like an ancient relic, an entryway to something she would never fully understand. She hadn't been able to shut it, and now it lingered, an open wound in the fabric of reality, waiting to beckon someone or something back through. Her heart was heavy with the weight of what had happened, what she had discovered, and the knowledge that it wasn't over. The figure, the whispers, the ancient curse, it was all part of something much larger than her, a force far beyond human comprehension. But in that moment, standing there in the quiet of the broken world around her, Samantha knew one thing with certainty. She wasn't going to let it win. She wasn't going to be its prisoner. Not again. Samantha took a deep breath, forcing her racing thoughts to settle. The pain in her body, the terror that had gripped her, the uncertainty, it would all have to wait. Because the one thing she had learned in that dark, desolate place was that there was still hope. There was always hope, even in the face of the most unimaginable evil. And now, she was determined to find a way to break this cycle once and for all. Her mind flashed back to the vision she had seen in the strange cavern, the pedestal, and the stone that had started it all. There was something about it, something crucial to ending this nightmare. The woman in the wasteland had spoken of it. The stone had been the key, the catalyst. And now it was up to Samantha to understand how to destroy it, how to sever the connection that kept the curse alive. She wasn't sure how she would do it or what path lay ahead, But she knew she couldn't do it alone. She had already lost so much. Emily's face flashed in her mind, her friend's pleading eyes before she had vanished into the shadows. Samantha's heart clenched in her chest at the thought. She had promised herself that she would find a way to bring her back, to free her from whatever trap the darkness had cast her into. But as she stood there, staring at the open door that seemed to beckon her back into the unknown, something deep inside her told her that this battle wasn't just hers. She wasn't the only one affected. The curse had touched everyone. The school, the people she had known, all of them had been drawn into this in some way. It had haunted her, haunted all of them for far too long. And it wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about stopping it. Once and for all. Samantha turned away from the door, forcing herself to leave the place that had caused her so much pain and confusion. The landscape was vast and empty, the skies heavy with an eternal storm that had no end. Yet the stillness was deafening. There was no sound, no life, just the bitter reminder that the world had been touched by something ancient and insidious. She began walking, each step slow, deliberate, as if moving in time with the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. She didn't know where she was going, didn't know if the answers would come from some hidden source, or whether the curse would continue to chase her down. But she knew that she couldn't stay in this place, and that she couldn't run anymore. There was a road ahead of her, whether she liked it or not. The wind whispered through the air, soft at first, then rising, becoming a howl of desperate sorrow. She could hear it again, the sound of Emily's voice, faint and distant, carried on the wind like a cry for help. Samantha. She paused, her eyes narrowing as the sound became clearer, the voice drawing closer. She had heard it before, in the caverns and the school, but this time it was different. It wasn't the figure's voice or the endless whispers. It was Emily's. It was real. Samantha turned around, her heart racing, and saw, standing just beyond the doorway, the faint outline of a figure. It was her, Emily, but she was different. Her form hazy, her presence flickering in and out like a fading dream. Emily? Samantha called, her voice cracking. She wanted to run toward her, to reach out and pull her from the clutches of the nightmare, but she couldn't move. The darkness had a grip on her friend, and the way Emily's form was flickering, was it really her? Was it just an illusion? The figure shook its head slowly, as if understanding Samantha's confusion. You can't save me. Emily's voice echoed softly in the air, laden with sadness. I'm lost. I can't come back. No. Samantha shouted, her hands reaching for her. You can come back. You have to come back, Emily. But Emily's form began to dissolve, fading into the ether, her voice carrying one last, haunting whisper. It's too late for me, but you can stop it. You can end this nightmare. Samantha's chest tightened. How? How can I stop it? How do I make it end? But Emily was gone, her figure vanishing into the wind, leaving nothing behind but the echoes of her voice, her words repeating in Samantha's mind. You can stop it. You can end this nightmare. The silence that followed felt more suffocating than anything that had come before. The weight of the world seemed to press down on Samantha's shoulders, the burden of it threatening to crush her. But she knew something now. It wasn't too late. She hadn't lost. Not yet. With every ounce of strength she could muster, Samantha turned away from the doorway and walked forward, her footsteps steady now, her resolve firm. The wind carried the faint whispers of the cursed land with it, but she had heard them all before. They no longer held any power over her. She would stop the curse. She would find a way to break the chains of darkness that had been wrapped around her life. For herself, for Emily, and for all those who had been lost in the nightmare of that place. As she walked toward the horizon, where the gray skies and the barren land met, she felt something shift within her, a quiet strength, a certainty that, no matter how long it took, she would not stop until the curse was destroyed. This was her fight now, and she would see it through no matter what it took. The end was near, and Samantha would be the one to bring it. Part 1, Story 2. It had been a long and exhausting day for the students at Westbrook High. The final bell had rung, signaling the end of another typical school day. But for Sarah, this day felt different, strange, unsettling. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond the corners of her perception, waiting for her to slip up, to turn around, or to let her guard down. Sarah had always been a practical person, not given to superstition or wild imaginations. She was a straight-A student, focused, determined. Yet something about the old building had always unsettled her. Westbrook High was the kind of school that felt like it had a history one you couldn't quite pin down. The creaky floorboards, the long, dim hallways, the faded lockers that had probably been there since the school first opened, it all made her feel like the place had seen too much, as though it held memories that it wasn't quite willing to forget. She often brushed the feelings aside, chalking them up to being in a school built decades ago, one that probably had a few ghosts in its walls. But today, something about it felt different. The air was too thick, the light too dim, like the building itself was holding its breath. Sarah had stayed behind after school, finishing up some homework in the library. She had planned on catching up with her friends after, but as the minutes ticked by, the thought of being in that library all alone began to feel less like a safe haven and more like a trap. Something about the library's silence unnerved her. She glanced at the clock. 6:15 p.m. The school was empty now, save for a few teachers who had long since gone home. Her last bus would leave soon, and the thought of walking home alone in the dark wasn't appealing. She packed her things hurriedly, eager to escape the library's claustrophobic air, and left, locking the door behind her. As she stepped into the hallway, the flickering overhead lights sent strange shadows dancing along the walls. The school was eerily quiet, too quiet for her liking. There was an odd stillness in the air, a tension that made every creak of the building seem amplified. She was halfway to the exit when she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Not just any footsteps, these were soft, almost imperceptible. The sound was faint, like someone walking very carefully, trying not to be heard. Sarah froze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she glanced over her shoulder, but there was no one there. It's nothing, she thought, trying to shake the unease that had crept up her spine. Just the sound of the old building settling. But the footsteps came. Again. Closer this time. Her pulse quickened, and a wave of dread washed over her. She turned back around, walking a little faster, not daring to look behind her again. The hallway stretched before her, endless and quiet. She was nearly to the front door when the footsteps suddenly stopped. It was like everything went still. The air felt thicker, more oppressive, like the building was holding its breath. She couldn't shake the sensation that she wasn't alone. She reached the door and turned the handle, but it didn't open. She pulled harder. The door wouldn't budge. She was sure it had been unlocked when she entered, so why wasn't it opening now? Sarah's breath quickened. She tried the handle again, shaking it violently, but it still wouldn't open. Panic started to claw at her chest. She looked around, her eyes frantically searching for an answer, for someone to help, but the hallway was empty. The silence was deafening. Then she heard it again, this time much closer. The soft, careful footsteps. Sarah whipped around, her eyes scanning the hallway in every direction. There was no one. But she knew the sound was real. She had heard it, felt it. Something was there. With her heart hammering in her chest, she stepped back from the door. Her hands were shaking. She tried to steady her breathing, but it was hard with the panic gnawing at her insides. The building felt wrong. The air was too cold now, and there was a strange buzzing sound in her ears, like a static hum that seemed to come from every direction. A shadow moved at the far end of the hallway, just beyond the reach of the dim light from the nearest lamp. Sarah's eyes widened. It was quick, too fast for her to fully make out, but she could feel it a presence, moving silently, deliberately. Her pulse surged. It was time to get out. But she couldn't. She couldn't leave. Sarah approached the shadow cautiously, her feet making no sound on the worn floor. She kept her eyes fixed on where she had seen the movement. It was too late to just ignore it now. Her curiosity, her drive to make sense of things, pushed her forward. She reached the intersection of the hallway. The shadow was gone. It was like it had melted into the walls. But then, a voice, a whisper, so faint that she almost missed it. "You shouldn't be here." The words sent a jolt of fear straight to her core. Her legs froze. Her breath caught in her throat. She wasn't imagining it. Someone was here, and whoever it was, they didn't want her here. Her feet moved on their own, backed by instinct, as she turned and bolted down the hallway toward the nearest stairwell. She didn't dare look behind her, but the feeling of being followed was unbearable. She could feel the presence closing in, the air thickening, as if the darkness itself were crawling along the walls. Reaching for her, she flung open the stairwell door, but just as she did, a cold gust of wind slammed it shut again. She shoved harder, this time with all her strength, and the door gave way, creaking open. But when she stepped inside, she felt it, the sense of being watched, the oppressive weight of unseen eyes. She rushed down the stairs, nearly tripping over her feet, but the footsteps were there again, close behind her. She could hear them now, loud and clear. Someone or something was chasing her. When she reached the bottom, she hurried through the back hallway, desperate to get outside. She was close. She could almost taste the fresh air, feel the freedom. But before she could reach the door, a cold hand suddenly gripped her arm. Her heart stopped. She twisted around, her breath catching in her throat. There, standing before her, was a girl, her face pale and gaunt, eyes hollow, staring at Sarah with an expression of pure fear. "Get out." The girl's voice was barely a whisper, but it was enough to send an icy chill down Sarah's spine. It's not safe. Don't stay. Get out before it's too late. Before Sarah could respond, the girl vanished. The door swung open on its own, and the cold hand was gone. Sarah didn't think twice. She ran, bursting through the door and into the night, the air crisp against her skin. But even as she sprinted down the empty street, she could feel the eyes upon her, that cold presence still lingering just beyond her reach. Something was in the school, something old, something dangerous, and no matter how far she ran, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was still waiting for her to come back. Part 2. Sarah's heart raced as she ran down the dimly lit street, her legs burning from the sprint. The night air was cold against her skin, and every breath she took felt like it was being torn from her lungs. Her mind raced, replaying the chilling encounter in the school. She had to stop. She had to make sense of what had happened. Her feet slowed, and she forced herself to stop running, her chest heaving as she tried to regain some composure. She turned around, looking over her shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone emerging from the shadows, but the street was empty. The school behind her loomed like a massive, silent monolith in the distance. Nothing moved. No footsteps followed her. The silence of the night was deafening, but it didn't feel safe. It felt hollow, like she was being watched, even now, even out here. With trembling hands, she pulled out her phone, checking the time. 6:40 p.m. The whole ordeal had only lasted a few minutes, but it felt like hours. Her mind was a whirlpool of questions and confusion. Who was the girl she'd seen in the school? Why had the door locked when she tried to leave? What did it mean when the girl had whispered, "It's not safe"? And why did it feel like something was lurking, waiting for her to make the wrong move? No answers, just more questions. Her fingers hovered over her phone, and she considered calling her best friend, Mia. But what would she say? "Hey, Mia, I think I saw a ghost at school. Can you come pick me up?" Mia would laugh it off, thinking Sarah had lost her mind. She shook her head, pushing the thought aside. She needed to figure this out on her own. Maybe it's nothing. Sarah tried to tell herself, maybe I'm just overreacting. But deep down, she knew that wasn't true. She could still hear the voice in her head, the one that had whispered to her, telling her to leave. The girl's hollow eyes, the cold, oppressive air that seemed to grow heavier with every step. It wasn't nothing. Suddenly, Sarah heard a distant sound, something faint, barely perceptible. It was a thud, then another, and another dot. Her heart skipped a beat. The sound was coming from the direction of the school. Her eyes widened. Was someone else in the school? Was someone else there after hours, just like she had been? But there couldn't be. She had seen the building empty, the lights off. No one else had been there, no one but her and the ... thing. Her thoughts spun out of control. Asterisk, no, it's nothing. It's just my mind playing tricks on me. Asterisk, but she couldn't shake the unease that crept back into her chest. She took a deep breath and began to walk. She had to go back. She had to. Maybe if she went back to the school, she could make sense of it all. She couldn't just leave it unanswered. She wouldn't be able to sleep until she understood what was going on. If she stayed away, it would haunt her. She had to get answers, even if she wasn't sure she was ready to face whatever was waiting for her. The walk back to the school felt much longer than it had before. Her thoughts kept drifting back to the girl she had seen. she could still hear the faint echo of her voice, the ghostly warning that had sent a chill down her spine. When she arrived back at the gates of Westbrook High, the school looked even more ominous in the moonlight. The familiar building now felt like a dark entity, a place where shadows lived, breathing and waiting to consume her. She hesitated for a moment, the weight of the school's silence pressing down on her, but she steeled herself. She had to. No, the front doors were locked. Of course they were. She didn't expect them to be open. Sarah knew a side entrance that was often left unlocked. She moved quickly, trying to ignore the sick feeling that gnawed at her insides. She reached the side door and tried the handle, holding her breath. It turned with an eerie click. Inside, everything was still, dark, silent. The air was thick with the smell of dust, as though the building hadn't been touched in years. Sarah stepped inside, the door creaking behind her. The hallway stretched. Out in front of her, the dim light from a distant emergency exit sign casting long, foreboding shadows along the walls. Every step she took echoed too loudly in the empty space. Asterisk, why am I doing this? She thought, but the answer was already clear. She had no choice. She walked down the hall slowly, trying to listen for anything. A sound, a voice, a clue. What it was quiet. Too quiet. She reached the intersection of the hallway, the same place where she had seen the shadow earlier. Where the cold hand had touched her dot, it was still there, the shadow, or rather, the absence of light. This space where something had been, and now nothing was. But then she heard it. A soft creak. Her body went rigid. The noise was coming from above, footsteps, echoing softly from the upper floor, like someone moving slowly across the hall. Asterisk. No, this can't be happening. Asterisk. She took a step back, nearly stumbling in her haste. But she knew she couldn't turn around. She couldn't leave without understanding what was happening. She had to see this through. She took a deep breath and climbed the stairs, the sound of her footsteps filling the empty hallway like a drumbeat. The upstairs hallway was darker, colder. The dim light from the flickering bulbs above cast long shadows, making every corner look like it was hiding something. At the far end of the hall, she saw it. The door to the old janitor's closet, the one she had never paid attention to before. Now, something about it caught her eye. It was slightly ajar, and beyond it she saw something, a faint glow, flickering like a candle's light. Without thinking, she moved toward it, the door creaking as she nudged it open. The glow inside was faint, but as she stepped closer, she saw what it was. A figured dot. It was standing in the corner of the closet, its back to her. Its head was down, as if it were looking at something. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine. "Who's there?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure didn't move. Sarah's hands shook as she took another step forward. "Hello?" And then it turned. It was the girl. The same girl from before, her eyes hollow and wide. But now they were full of fear. Her mouth opened, but no words came out, just the sound of a faint, eerie gasp, as though she were choking on something. The girl's hand shot up toward Sarah, pointing toward the far corner of the closet, where the dim light flickered. "Asterisk, don't go there. Asterisk," the girl whispered, her voice rasping. "Don't look." Before Sarah could ask anything more, the girl vanished, disappeared into thin air. But it wasn't over. From the corner of the closet, something moved. Something far darker and far more dangerous than she could have imagined. Part 3. Sarah stood frozen in the doorway of the janitor's closet, her breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The cold air around her felt heavier now, as if the very building were pressing in on her. Her mind was spinning, racing, trying to process what had just happened. The girl Emily, she thought her name might have been, had disappeared into thin air, leaving nothing but a sense of cold dread in her wake. The closet was silent now, save for the faint hum of the overhead, lights flickering above her. But something felt wrong. The light from the flickering bulb cast long shadows, making the room seem smaller, more suffocating. The corner of the room where Emily had pointed was now dark, the shadows in that area shifting unnaturally. Sarah's heart raced in her chest. "Don't go there," the girl had warned. But now a force stronger than fear was pulling Sarah closer to that dark corner. Her legs felt like lead, but her feet moved on their own, stepping cautiously into the closet. She tried to breathe normally, but every breath felt shallow, every muscle tense. She reached the spot where Emily had pointed, the air growing colder as she stepped closer to the shadows. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, and extended her hand to the corner. The moment her fingers brushed the wall, she felt it. A faint pulse of energy, something almost tangible, like the building itself had been holding its breath and had just exhaled. It made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. Her heart pounded louder in her chest, drowning out every other sound. She stepped back, suddenly feeling the urge to run, but then the whisper came. A voice, no, a growl, soft and guttural, scraping against her eardrums. "You should never have come back." It wasn't Emily's voice. This voice was deeper, more sinister, as though it came from the very foundation of the building. The words sent a wave of terror through her. Her pulse raced, and she spun around to leave, but the door slammed shut behind her. The sound of the lock turning echoed through the space, and Sarah's blood ran cold. She was trapped. The dark corner of the room seemed to shift, the shadows expanding and closing in on her. She turned around frantically, trying to find a way out, but the air felt thick and oppressive, like the walls were narrowing. The dim light from the flickering bulb above her cast strange, warped shapes on the walls, shapes that didn't make sense. And then she saw it. A figure, shrouded in darkness, standing just beyond the threshold of the closet. She hadn't heard its footsteps. She hadn't seen it enter. But it was there, standing as still as a statue, its shape tall and almost impossibly thin. Its features were indistinct, blurred, as if the shadows themselves were consuming it. Sarah froze, unable to move, unable to think. A chilling cold swept through her, and she could feel her breath growing shallow, the air becoming thick with an unnatural force. The figure's eyes, if they could be called eyes, gleamed with a dim, unsettling light. No pupils, just empty voids that seemed to swallow everything around them. She opened her mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The figure stepped forward, its presence filling the space between them. Every step it took felt like the world itself was bending under its weight. The air felt heavier, colder with each passing moment. Then the voice came again, this time in her mind, a whisper so deep it felt like it came from the earth itself. Asterisk, you should have stayed away. You should have never come back to this place. Asterisk. The cold increased. Her body trembled violently, a chill creeping into her bones. Her mind raced, trying to find a way out, but she couldn't think. The shadows, the figure, everything felt suffocating, oppressive, like it was closing in from all sides. Suddenly, the figure lurched forward, a speed that was too quick, too unnatural for a human. Its hands reached out for her, long, bony fingers that seemed to stretch and twist as they grasped for her. Without thinking, Sarah slammed her hand into the closet's wooden door. It gave with a creak, and she pulled frantically at the handle. It wouldn't budge. Her heart pounded in her chest, the fear rising like a wave. The figure was almost upon her now, its fingers inches from her skin. She screamed, the sound ripping out of her throat, and just as it touched her, the door flew open with a force that sent her stumbling out of the closet. Landing hard on the floor, she scrambled to her feet, barely registering the pain in her hands and knees as she ran down the hallway, her breath ragged. The lights flickered, casting bizarre shadows that danced around her, taunting her. Every step she took felt like it was pushing her deeper into the heart of the school, deeper into something dark and waiting. The hallway stretched endlessly before her. The once familiar walls now felt alien, oppressive. Every corner seemed to hold something just out of view, something lurking in the shadows, watching her every move. The sound of footsteps behind her soft, measured, louder, closer. She could hear them now, a slow, deliberate rhythm. She didn't dare turn. Around as she reached the end of the hallway, she saw the door to the stairwell ahead. She sprinted toward it, the noise of the footsteps growing louder, closer, until they were right behind her. Just as she reached the door, a hand shot out from behind, grabbing her shoulder with inhuman strength. Sarah screamed, twisting away, but the hand tightened, and with a forceful yank, she was pulled back. Slamming into the wall, the figure stood there, inches from her face now. Its eyes, those black, empty voids, were fixed on her, unblinking, as it leaned closer. She could feel its breath, cold as ice, against her skin. "You cannot escape." The voice, low and guttural, seemed to echo inside her skull. Her vision blurred. Panic surged through her, and with all the strength she could muster, she shoved the figure away, slamming her palm into its chest. The creature stumbled back, but it didn't fall. Instead, its body began to distort, its shape warping, as though it were melting into the shadows. The shadows themselves seemed to consume it, swallowing it whole. Then, everything went quiet. The pressure in the air lifted. The cold dissipated. Sarah stood, panting heavily, her body trembling from the ordeal. The hall was empty again. The figure, whatever it had been, was gone, but she knew it wasn't over. It was only just beginning. She had barely taken a step when the whisper came again, this time clearer, louder, like it was coming from the walls themselves. You shouldn't have come back. She turned, her eyes scanning the hallway, but there was nothing there, just the empty, dim-lit space. But she could feel it, deep in her bones. Whatever was in this place, whatever she had disturbed, was not finished with her. The darkness hadn't been sealed away. It was just waiting for her to make the wrong move. Part 4. Sarah's legs felt like they were made of lead as she stumbled down the hallway, her mind racing with terror. The whispers were still there, faint at first, like a distant murmur, but with each step she took, they grew louder. She could feel their cold breath on her neck, like unseen hands brushing against her skin. Asterisk, you shouldn't have come back, asterisk, the voice repeated, and it felt like it was seeping into her skin, twisting its way through her thoughts. She tried to shut it out, to focus on the escape ahead, but the fear gripped her, holding her in place. The hallway stretched ahead of her in an endless maze of darkness, the flickering lights casting erratic shadows that seemed to move on their own. Every time she turned a corner, the shadows shifted, their shapes twisting in ways that didn't make sense. She couldn't tell if they were alive or just figments of her terrified imagination, but she felt them, watching, waiting. She glanced over her shoulder, her pulse pounding in her ears, but there was nothing there. The hall was empty, save for the faint hum of the lights overhead and the cold chill that seemed to permeate everything around her. But the sense of being watched didn't leave her. It only grew stronger. The air was suffocating, heavy with the feeling of something wrong. It was as if the very building had come alive, the walls closing in on her, the floors shifting beneath her feet. She pushed forward, not caring where she was going, only knowing that she had to get out of here. Asterisk had. To escape asterisk. Her hand brushed against the old lockers lining the hallway, their surfaces cold and worn with age. The familiar creak of the wooden doors echoed in her mind, but it wasn't enough to calm her. Just ahead, at the far end of the hallway, she saw a door, one she hadn't noticed before, though it was one she should have remembered. It was different from the other doors, old, ancient. The handle was rusted, almost as if it hadn't been opened in decades. A faint, eerie glow seeped through the cracks, casting a sickly light on the floor around it. She didn't know why, but she was drawn to it. Something about that door called to her, its presence like a beacon in the suffocating dark. She tried to resist, but the pull was irresistible. The whispers were louder now, their words more coherent, echoing in her skull, swirling through her thoughts like a torrent of nightmares. "Open the door," they whispered. "Come closer." Without thinking, Sarah stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached for the door's handle. The moment her fingers brushed the cold metal, the door creaked open, revealing a room shrouded in darkness. A room that, for reasons she couldn't explain, felt both familiar and alien at the same time. She stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind her with a violent force that rattled the walls. The sound echoed like a warning, but it was too late. She was already in. The room was unlike any part of the school she had seen. It was small, cramped, with stone walls that seemed to be older than the building itself. The air was thick with dust, and the floor was covered in a layer of grime. There was no furniture, no windows, just a dark, oppressive space that felt wrong, like it was never meant to be part of the school. At all. At the far end of the room stood a strange object. It was a pedestal made of some ancient, weathered stone, covered in cracks and symbols that Sarah couldn't decipher. On top of the pedestal sat a small black box, its surface smooth and polished, almost glowing with an unnatural light. It was the source of the eerie glow that had seeped through the cracks in the door. She approached it slowly, her steps hesitant, unsure of what she was about to do. The whispers had stopped, but their presence lingered in the air like a weight, pressing down on her chest, urging her forward. There was a feeling in the pit of her stomach, a gnawing sensation that told her she shouldn't touch it. But she couldn't stop herself. Her fingers hovered above the box, trembling. Asterisk, what is it? She thought. Asterisk, what's inside? Asterisk, as if in response. To her question, the box creaked open on its own. The lid lifted slowly, revealing something inside. Something small and dark. She leaned closer, her breath catching in her throat. Dot, it was a key. The key was simple, old, and made of rusted iron, its shape crude, but there was something about it that felt ancient. The very sight of it sent a shiver down her spine. There was no mistaking it. This was the key, the one the whispers had been talking about, the one that had been hidden away in this forgotten room, waiting for her to find it. But what did it open? The moment she touched the key, the room seemed to shift. The air around her grew colder, the shadows deepening. The walls groaned as if the building itself were coming alive. The whispers returned, louder than ever, their voices rising in a frantic chorus. You shouldn't have taken it. Now you've awakened it. Sarah's head spun. She could feel the weight of the key in her hand, its power thrumming through her like a pulse. The whispers were unbearable now, clawing at her thoughts, drowning out everything else. The room around her began to warp, the walls twisting, the ceiling warping downward. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath her feet trembled. Something was happening. Something was coming. The shadows in the corners of the room began to move, coiling and slithering like serpents. The light from the pedestal flickered wildly, casting monstrous shapes against the walls. Sarah tried to move, but her legs felt like they were rooted to the floor, her body frozen in place. Then, from the darkness, a figure emerged. It was tall, taller than any human should be, and its body was a mass of shifting shadows, its form barely distinguishable from the blackness around it. Its face was obscured, but Sarah could feel its eyes on her, the weight of its gaze pressing against her skin. The figure took a step forward, and the room seemed to shudder in response, the shadows swirling around it like living tendrils. Asterisk, you shouldn't have come. Asterisk. The figure's voice was deep, guttural, like it came from the very depths of the earth itself. It wasn't human. It wasn't even alive, not in any normal sense. It was something ancient, something hungry. The key in Sarah's hand burned with cold fire, and the whispers became a maddening cacophony. You're too late. Asterisk, it's already begun. Asterisk. Sarah's body trembled with fear. She had no idea what she had unleashed, but she knew she was no longer alone. The entity before her was something far worse than the shadows she had feared. It had been waiting, and now that it had awakened, there would be no escaping it. The figure's hands reached out, its long, bony fingers stretching toward her, and Sarah realized in that moment that this was no longer just a nightmare, that it was her reality. The darkness was claiming her. Part 5. Sarah's pulse hammered in her chest, the sound deafening in her ears as she watched the figure advance toward her. Her hands shook, the key in her palm still cold and unnervingly heavy. The shadows twisted and writhed, the floor beneath. Her feet unstable, as though the very foundation of the school was shifting, reacting to the dark presence now fully in the room. The figure's long, claw-like fingers stretched further, and the air around Sarah seemed to thicken, each breath harder to take. The oxygen leaving her lungs like the space around her was closing in. The darkness that had been lingering in the room now became palpable, a smothering weight that pressed down on her chest. "You're too late," the figure repeated, its voice a low, distorted growl. It was as if the building itself had spoken, each word twisting the very atmosphere into something sinister. The walls around her groaned, and the lights overhead flickered wildly, casting horrific shadows in every direction. Sarah could feel the oppressive power radiating from the figure. It wasn't just in the room. It was in her, spreading through her veins, making her body feel foreign, heavier. She couldn't move. She wanted to scream, but her throat was dry, her voice stolen by the terror gripping her. But even as fear paralyzed her, one thought began to emerge, desperate and frantic in her mind. Asterisk, the key. What does it unlock? Asterisk, the figure came closer, its form becoming clearer now. There was no face, just an inky black void where its head should have been. Its body was not entirely solid, an ever-changing mass of shadows that seemed to stretch and pull against the air. The key pulsed in Sarah's hand, its coldness biting into her skin. Without warning, she lurched forward, the sound of her feet dragging on the floor louder than it should have been. Her mind screamed for her to run, to do something, but she was frozen in place, trapped by the weight of the room and the figure that loomed before her. The shadows around her thickened, the space around her growing darker with every passing second. Her fingers clenched around the key as the figure reached out, its claws hovering over her shoulder, grazing the air like a predator just moments from striking. "You can't run," the figure whispered, its voice now inside her head, as though it were speaking directly to her thoughts. Asterisk, we have waited for so long, and now you've opened the door. There is no escape from this place. Asterisk, the key in her hand flared with sudden, blinding light, a burst of heat that pushed back the darkness for a moment. Sarah stumbled back, her eyes squinting against the intense brightness. The figure recoiled as the light cut through the shadows, as though it was afraid of the power that emanated from the key. The light dimmed, and Sarah realized with growing horror that the key was the only thing standing between her and the shadowed nightmare before her. Her hand shook as she held it tightly, a surge of defiance rising within her. She had to do something. She couldn't just stand there and let this creature claim her. She needed answers, how to stop this before it was too late. Suddenly, the whispers returned. Louder, more desperate. "You must not listen to it," a voice pleaded within her mind. It was faint, distant, but it was there. Sarah's head snapped to the side, her eyes searching the shadows around her. The voice sounded familiar, though she couldn't place it. Asterisk, do not trust it. Asterisk, before she could process the words, she felt the figure's fingers graze her arm. A jolt of icy coldness shot through her, making her gasp. It was as though it had pulled all the warmth from her body, leaving her frozen in place, her skin prickling with a searing, painful chill. "Open the door," the figure demanded, its voice colder, more commanding. "It is the only way. Open it and you will know everything." The pressure in the room grew heavier, suffocating her, and Sarah realized what it was asking for. The door, the one she had opened earlier, the one that had let this thing into her world. The door to the darkness, the one that had been waiting to claim her. "No," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. She was too afraid to say it louder. Asterisk open. It? Asterisk. She had opened it once, and look at the horror that had followed. But the whispers didn't stop. They circled in her mind, relentless, pulling at her thoughts, wrapping around her like a vice. She could hear them all at once, distant and haunting like echoes from a nightmare. Asterisk, it's the only way. You will understand. Asterisk. The voice wavered, distorted. Asterisk, you must open it, or you will be consumed. Asterisk. And then, just like that, the key in her hand flared again. This time, the light wasn't a blinding flash. It was a steady, pulsing glow like a heartbeat. Sarah's head spun. The figure was no longer a creature in front of her. Now it was part of the room, part of the very darkness. It was everywhere. The shadows that had once been a quiet presence now seemed to live, shifting with an unnatural purpose. With a sudden, violent force, the shadows reached for her again, their tendrils crawling across the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Sarah felt her breath quicken as the shadows closed in on her. She could feel their coldness, their hunger pulling at her. She wasn't just terrified, she was being consumed. But as the shadows reached out to engulf her, a voice cut through the darkness. "Don't you dare open it." Sarah's head whipped around, and there, in the doorway of the room, stood a figure, a real person, standing in stark contrast to the shadow that had taken shape before her. It was a girl, her hair disheveled, her face pale but familiar. She was holding something in her hand, something small, glowing faintly. Asterisk, Emily? Asterisk, Sarah gasped, her voice shaking. The girl nodded slowly, her eyes filled with regret and fear. "You don't understand," Emily whispered. Asterisk, this thing, it's not what you think. It's not just a curse, it's a trap. It uses you, feeds off you, and once it has you, there's no coming back. Asterisk, but I have to do something. Sarah cried, her grip on the key tightening, her voice trembling. Asterisk, I don't know what to do. It won't stop. I can't. Asterisk. Listen. Emily snapped, her voice rising with urgency. Asterisk, the key, it opens the door to the darkness, but it also locks it. You don't need to open it. You need to lock it back in. You're the only one who can stop it. But if you open it again, if you let it out fully, it will consume you and everything you care about. Asterisk. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The key. She had unlocked the door, and now the only way to stop it was to lock it again. The figure in the room, no, the shadow screeched in protest, its presence growing more powerful. The room seemed to vibrate with an unseen force, the walls bending inward as the creature shrieked. Asterisk, you cannot stop it. Asterisk, the figure howled, its voice now a twisted mockery of all that was evil. But Sarah didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, her hand reaching out for the pedestal, holding the key tightly. The darkness tried to pull her back, tried to twist her body, but she fought against it, her determination growing stronger with each passing second. She plunged the key into the pedestal, and as she turned it, the entire room seemed to scream. But when the key clicked into place, the darkness vanished. The oppressive force, the shadows, the figure, they were gone, as though they had never been there. Silence. Sarah gasped, her body collapsing to the ground as the weight of the nightmare finally lifted. The glow of the key faded, and the room returned to normal. The oppressive cold, the overwhelming sense of dread gone. She looked over at Emily, who was smiling faintly, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You did it," Emily whispered. Sarah's vision blurred, the exhaustion catching up with her. But as she sat there in the silent room, she knew that, for now, it was over. The key had locked the door. The darkness was sealed away. But Sarah also knew one thing. It wasn't truly gone. It would always be waiting. Part 6. Sarah lay on the cold stone floor, her breathing shallow and uneven. The room around her was still, eerily silent, as if the very air had frozen in place. The figure, the shadows, the oppressive presence, everything had vanished. But the silence that replaced it was just as suffocating. A silence that felt too heavy, too unnatural. It wasn't peace. It was a quiet. Before a storm dot, she pushed herself up, her muscles sore, every inch of her body protesting the movement. The key still burned in her hand, its cold, smooth surface still fresh from its place in the pedestal. She stared at it, unsure of what to make of the sudden shift in the air. Emily was standing in the doorway, watching her with an expression that was too difficult to read. Asterisk, Emily? Asterisk, Sarah asked, her voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. Emily's face softened, and she took a step into the room, glancing around nervously as though she expected the shadows to re-emerge at any moment. It's over, for now. You closed it. But why was it still here? Sarah's voice was shaky, almost pleading for answers. Why did it come after me? What is it? Emily looked down at the floor, her expression darkening. It's not a what, Sarah? It's a where. A where? Sarah asked, trying to make sense of the words. What do you mean? Emily sighed deeply, glancing toward the door, her eyes briefly flicking toward the hallway, as though the shadows might be lurking just beyond it. She hesitated before speaking again. It's not a curse in the way you think. The darkness isn't just something that haunts places. It's connected to a place, a door that's been sealed away for centuries. And now you've opened it. The weight of Emily's words hit Sarah like a cold wave. A place? What kind of place? Emily took a deep breath. It's a realm, Sarah. A world that's always been just beyond ours. But it's not like ours. It's twisted, full of nothing but shadows, nightmares, and things that feed on fear. It's a place that's been locked away for centuries. The key, it was always meant to keep it closed. But now you've unlocked it. Sarah felt her stomach churn. I didn't mean to. I didn't know what it was. I know, Emily said, her voice tinged with sadness. You didn't, but that doesn't change what's happened. The door has been opened, and now we're all connected to it. The key pulsed faintly in Sarah's hand, a dull throb of energy that seemed to resonate with something deep inside. She looked at it, still struggling to understand. But why me? Why was I the one who found it? You're the one who opened it, Emily replied, and now it's tied to you. Every time the door cracks open, the shadows can feel it. They're drawn to it, and to you. The room seemed to grow colder as the weight of Emily's words settled in. The shadows may have disappeared for now, but Sarah could feel them still. Their presence lingered in the back of her mind, a reminder that this battle was far from over. I don't understand, Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. If this place is locked away, why ... Why is it trying to pull me back? Why is it still here? Because, Emily said, her voice distant, the door is never fully closed. It's always there, just on the edge of our world. And every time it cracks open even for a moment, it grows stronger. It's waiting for its moment. Waiting for what? Sarah asked, the fear creeping back into her chest. Emily's eyes darkened, waiting for the next person to open it, for the next key holder to let it in. Sarah felt a cold wave of dread wash over her. No, she couldn't let this happen again. She couldn't be the one to bring it all back. Not after everything they had been through. "I won't let it happen," Sarah said, her voice firm despite the terror still threatening to consume her. "I won't let it out again." Emily stepped closer, her face softening. "You're going to have to, eventually." Sarah's heart sank. "What do you mean?" "The key. It only holds the door shut for so long. The shadows don't sleep, Sarah. They wait, and when the key fades, when its power weakens, they'll return. And this time they'll come for more than just you." Sarah felt the weight of those words. "They'll come for more than just me." What did that mean? Who else was at risk? The thought of the shadows coming for her friends, her family, it made her blood run cold. "But if the key fades," Sarah said, her mind trying to make sense of it, "then I can just destroy it, right? I can lock the door for good." Emily's face was filled with sorrow. "I wish it were that easy. But the key is part of you now. It's bound to you, Sarah. It's tied to your blood. You can't just destroy it. If you try to break it, you'll break yourself too." Sarah's head was spinning. Her fingers tightened around the key, the weight of it sinking deeper into her hand. Her thoughts raced. There had to be a way. There had to be something she could do. But deep down she knew Emily was right. She had opened it. She had unleashed something beyond her understanding, something that had been waiting, wanting for so long. The key was a part of her now, and there was no escaping that. "What can I do then?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How can I stop this?" Emily's eyes filled with regret. "There's only one way." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. She looked up at Emily, her breath caught in her throat. "What way?" Emily didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned and walked toward the far wall of the room, her hands resting against the cold stone. "You'll need to return to the place where it all started, the school. You'll need to go back to the source." Sarah felt her stomach lurch. No, there was no way she could go back there. Not after everything she had just been through. I can't go back." "You don't have a choice," Emily said quietly. "The door, it's linked to the school, and the shadows, they're tied to it. You'll need to go back, Sarah, and you'll need to lock it one last time. Forever." "Forever," Sarah whispered, the weight of the task settling over her. Her head spun. "But how?" Emily turned back to face her, her eyes full of pity. "The school, it's more than just a place. It's a doorway. And if you're going to stop it, you need to close that doorway. You need to sever the link completely." Sarah swallowed hard. She couldn't deny it. She had no choice. The darkness was always going to be there, lurking at the edges of her life, waiting for her to fail. But she wasn't going to let it win. She couldn't. "Okay," Sarah said, her voice shaky but determined. "I'll do it. I'll go back." Emily gave a slight nod, her face softening. "You're strong, Sarah. You always have been. Don't lose yourself in the shadows." Sarah's grip on the key tightened as she stepped toward the door. She had no idea what would happen next, but she knew one thing. The darkness was far from over, and it was waiting for her to come back. And this time she would finish it for good. Part 7, Sarah stood at the edge of the school grounds, her gaze locked on the looming structure in front of her. Westbrook High. It seemed different now, though she couldn't place exactly how. The familiar walls that had once housed her classes, her friends, and countless memories now seemed like something else, entirely something darker, more threatening. She had been here only days ago, but it felt like a lifetime. The shadows she had seen that night still haunted her mind, and the figure, the one that had nearly claimed her, felt closer than ever. Emily's words echoed in her thoughts. Asterisk, you'll need to go back, the school. It's a doorway. Asterisk, it wasn't. Just the building. It was the source. The key she still held in her hand. A key that tied her to the darkness, that opened and closed a door to an ancient, twisted world. The weight of it in her palm felt heavier than ever. She took a step. Toward the school, her footsteps uncertain. The air was colder than it had been earlier, the sun barely touching the horizon as twilight crept in, casting long, dark shadows over the yard. The wind picked up, whipping her hair around her face, but it only made her feel more exposed, more vulnerable. She couldn't afford to be afraid now. Not after everything. Not after she had come this far. As she approached the entrance, the doors to the school seemed to watch her, their heavy frames creaking ominously in the wind. They weren't just doors. They were portals, she realized. Portals to something ancient and malevolent, something that had waited patiently for centuries. And now the door had been opened. A part of her wanted to turn around, to leave this cursed place behind, and never look back. But she knew she couldn't. Not now. If she didn't finish this, the darkness would continue to spread, finding new ways to creep into her world, into the lives of everyone she cared about. The key in her hand pulsed faintly, as though acknowledging the gravity of what she was about to do. It was the only thing standing between the world of light and the shadows that lurked in the darkness. If she failed now, there would be no going back. She pushed open the door, the familiar scent of the school filling her nostrils. The scent of chalk, of paper, of time spent studying in these very halls. It seemed so mundane, so normal. But Sarah knew better now. There was nothing normal about this place. The hallway stretched out before her, lit only by the dim glow of emergency lights. Everything was quiet, too quiet. The stillness of the building weighed heavily on her chest. There was a palpable tension in the air, like the school was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And she was the one who had to make it happen. Sarah walked forward, her footsteps echoing too loudly in the silence. She could feel the shadows following her, creeping along the walls, wrapping around her with every step. They were here. The darkness had returned. She could sense it in her bones. When she reached the staircase, she hesitated for only a moment before ascending. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, what she was even supposed to do. Emily had said she needed to close the door. But how? Where was the door, the one that had opened the moment Sarah had used the key? How was she supposed to find it, to lock it again? The moment she reached the top floor, the hall seemed to stretch endlessly before her. It was so familiar, yet entirely foreign, as if she were walking through a dream, a nightmare that she couldn't escape. The lockers that lined the walls were dented, rusted in places. The floor was covered in a layer of dust, footprints left behind by those who had come before her. and the lights, they flickered, casting strange, distorted shadows on the floor. Everything was warped, as though reality itself was bending around her, pulling her further into something wrong. The whispers came again, louder this time, like a chant in the distance echoing in her mind. "You shouldn't have come back," they hissed. "You can't stop it, ... She shook her head, clenching the key tighter. She couldn't listen to them. She couldn't be afraid. Just ahead, at the end of the hall, she saw it. The door, it was different from the others, weathered and old, its wood warped by age and neglect. But more than that, there was something about it, something that felt familiar, something that felt like it belonged here, like it had always been a part of the school. The door to the abyss. The door she had opened, the door that had let the darkness in. She approached it cautiously, the key still pulsing in her hand. She could feel at the pull, the connection between herself and the shadows. The key had been bound to her the moment she had used it. It was the tether that kept the darkness from taking everything, and now she had to make sure it stayed locked. Door groaned as she reached for the handle, as though it recognized her touch, as though it was alive, waiting for her to open it again. No, she couldn't. With a shaking breath, she turned the key in her hand, the cool metal pressing against her palm. The door shuddered, its ancient hinges protesting, but Sarah didn't stop. She stepped forward, the weight of the moment too much to ignore as soon as the door opened. A wave of cold air rushed out, filling the hallway with the stench of rot, decay, and something far darker. The shadows pressed against her, trying to crawl into the world she had just stepped back into. But Sarah didn't hesitate. She stepped into the room, the darkness closing in around her, the key glowing faintly. In her hand, the room was like nothing she had ever seen. It was a vast, open space, stretching infinitely, with no discernible walls or ceiling. It was a place of pure darkness, yet there was something else, a faint, pulsing light deep within, as though the shadows themselves were a live at the center. Of the room stood a figure, its form indistinct, shrouded in a cloak of swirling shadows. It didn't speak, but Sarah could feel it, the weight of its presence pressing down on her, like it was drawing her closer, pulling her into its void. "You have come too late," the figure's voice echoed, a sound so deep and chilling that it felt like the earth itself was speaking. "You have come to seal a door that cannot be sealed." "No," Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. She stepped forward, gripping the key tighter. "I'm not here to open it again. I'm here to stop it." The figure's form flickered, and for a moment Sarah could see its face. It was nothing, just an empty void where a face should have been, its eyes black holes pulling at the very essence of the world around it. "You cannot close what has already been opened," it said, its voice rising in a maddening crescendo. "The shadows are already here. You cannot turn back." But Sarah didn't stop. She couldn't. She raised the key above her head, the faint light flickering brighter with each heartbeat. "This ends now," she said, her voice steady, despite the fear tearing at her with one final desperate movement. She thrust the key into the air and with a loud, deafening crack, the world around her shattered. The darkness screamed, its shadows twisting and writhing, but as the key's light blazed brightly, the shadows were forced back, pulled into the key itself, locked away, contained and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the room grew silent. Sarah, collapsed to the ground, her body exhausted, the weight of what she had done crashing down on her. The darkness was sealed again, for now, but she knew. She always knew the door would open again, and when it did, she would be ready. Part 8. Sarah woke with a start, her body jolting upright as though she had been pulled from a deep, suffocating dream. For a moment she was disoriented, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. The walls were cold stone, the air damp, and there was a faint smell of mildew in the air. It took a moment for her to realize where she was, the basement of the school. The key was still clutched in her hand, though it was no longer glowing. Her breath hitched in her chest as the weight of what had just transpired hit her like a wave. The door, the shadows, the figure. She had sealed the door, but now it felt like everything had changed. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy, thick with something unspoken. She stood shakily, her body aching as though she had been through an endless battle. The room around her was still, eerily quiet, but something in the stillness felt wrong. It was as though the shadows were waiting, watching her. Her eyes darted around, scanning the shadows that clung to the corners of the room, but there was nothing there. No figure, no movement, just a suffocating silence that pressed in on her. She reached for the door of the basement, but her hand hesitated before touching the handle. That familiar, heavy sensation of fear crept up her spine again, a cold whisper in the back of her mind. What if it wasn't over? What if ... Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of something soft, distant like a rustle of fabric, or perhaps the faintest of footsteps. Her heart skipped a beat. Someone is here. Her breath quickened as she scanned the dark basement. No, no one should be here. I closed it. I locked it. But the sound was growing louder, closer. With her heart pounding in her chest, Sarah stepped toward the stairs, every muscle in her body tense, her eyes darting to every corner of the basement. She was nearly at the top when the door to the basement suddenly slammed shut with a deafening crack, trapping her inside. No, her body tensed as the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, began to echo down the stairs, growing louder with every passing second. Someone or something was coming toward her. She could feel it in her bones, the same feeling that had haunted her the night she first ventured into the school. The same heavy, suffocating presence. Her mind raced. The key. She still had it. The shadows. They were not gone. She had sealed the door for now, but had she truly destroyed it? Had she truly locked it away, or was the darkness waiting, biding its time, waiting for her weakness, for her doubt? You can't escape. The words from the figure in the darkness echoed in her mind. The footsteps were close now, too close. They were just outside the basement door. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The door had been locked. She had sealed it. She had done the right thing, hadn't she? The sound of a key turning in the lock. She turned toward the door. The sickening feeling of dread growing like a weight in her chest. A low, guttural growl came from the other side. She couldn't move. She couldn't think. The door rattled again, as if something or someone was trying to force its way through. Suddenly, the door flew open, but there was no one there. The basement hall stretched out in front of her, still and silent, empty. The shadows had grown long and thick. the dim light of the single bulb above flickering, casting erratic shadows on the walls. Dot, it's waiting for you. The voice was there again, louder, clearer. This time, it wasn't in her mind. It was coming. From the corner of the room, Sarah's body moved before she could fully process it, her feet carrying her across the room toward the shadows. She tried to stop herself, to turn around, but her body refused to listen. It felt like someone else was pulling the strings, leading her deeper into the darkness. When she reached the corner, she froze. There, in the shadows, was something moving, something alive. It was just beyond her sight, hidden in the corner, but the air around it felt wrong, twisted, as if the very fabric of the room was being distorted. Her hand, trembling, reached out toward the darkness. The moment her fingers brushed against the air, the temperature dropped, the chill biting into her skin like 1,000 needles. She recoiled, but it was too late. A cold force, darker than anything she had ever felt, gripped her wrist. A figure stepped forward from the shadows, and Sarah's blood ran cold. It wasn't a human. It was taller than her, its body obscured in a shifting, roiling mass of darkness. The shadows clung to it like a cloak, twisting and undulating around it. The figure was featureless, but Sarah could feel its presence, its hunger. It wasn't just any shadow. It was something ancient, something powerful. It had waited. And now it was here. Its hand reached out, its fingers long and grotesque, stretching toward her. Her heart pounded as the darkness enveloped her, pulling her closer. "No!" Sarah screamed, struggling against its grip, but her body betrayed her. She couldn't escape. She could feel it pulling her in. The darkness was suffocating, swallowing everything around her. But then, just as the shadow was about to consume her, there was a flash of light, blinding, pure, and powerful. The key in her hand flared with a sudden intensity, burning cold against her skin. It was the light from the key, responding to the darkness, fighting it. The key pulsed once, and the shadow recoiled, as if it had been burned. No. The figure screeched in a voice that sounded like the cracking of stone. It lurched backward, its form contorting, the darkness swirling around it like a vortex. Sarah clutched the key, holding it out in front of her. She didn't know what she was doing. She just knew that this was the only way to stop it. She could feel the energy building inside her, the power of the key pushing against the shadows, forcing them to retreat. The shadow's grip loosened. As the light grew stronger, its form dissipating into the air like smoke. Leave. Sarah shouted, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. The light from the key flared one last time, bright enough to blind her. And then the shadow was gone. The room fell silent. The oppressive weight that had gripped the air lifted, the cold receding. The key in Sarah's hand pulsed once more before, going completely still. She was breathing heavily, her body trembling from the exertion. She could still feel the presence of the darkness in the back of her mind, but for the moment it was gone. The door had been sealed, the key had protected her, and the shadow had retreated, but she knew, deep down, that it wasn't over. She had only pushed it back. The door wasn't permanently sealed. The darkness would return just as it had before. The key would continue to be tied to her, and she would be ready when it came again. Part 9. The room was still. Sarah's breath was the only sound as she sat in the darkness, her back pressed against the cold stone wall. Her body was trembling from the fight, her muscles sore and spent. The shadows that had once surrounded her, that had clawed at her, were now gone. The eerie weight that had hung over her had lifted for the time being, but she didn't feel safe. The key, still clenched tightly in her hand, was the only thing that had kept the darkness at bay, the only thing that had given her even the faintest hope that she could survive whatever twisted force had come for her. But as the moments passed and the silence in the room stretched on, Sarah realized a horrifying truth. It wasn't over. The shadows hadn't been destroyed. They had merely retreated. The door was still open, just waiting for the next weak moment. Sarah's fingers tightened around the key. It was no longer glowing, no longer pulsing with energy like it had been earlier. Now it was just an old, worn key, no different from any other. But it wasn't ordinary. It held power. It could open and close doors that weren't supposed to exist. It had the ability to unleash horrors that should never have seen the light of day. A cold shiver ran down her spine and her thoughts raced. There was no escape. She knew that now. Even if she somehow managed to lock the door again, the shadows would find another way in. They had already claimed the school once, and now they had her the key holder, and they would keep coming back until she had no choice but to surrender, or until she could find a way to destroy the door entirely. But how? How could she destroy something that was never meant to be opened? Her fingers ached as she clutched the key tighter. She couldn't let it fall into the wrong hands, but she didn't know what to do with it. How could she trust herself with this power when she was barely keeping herself together? And even if she locked the door again, the shadows would always find a way back. The thought made her blood run cold. Asterisk, it's never truly over. Asterisk, she whispered to herself, the words tasting like ash on her tongue. She had been given a glimpse into something ancient, something terrible. And it wasn't done with her yet. The basement around her seemed to shrink as the air grew thicker, denser, like something was creeping up from beneath the floorboards. She couldn't tell if it was real or if her mind was playing tricks on her, but the suffocating pressure, the feeling of being watched, was undeniable. Every breath she took felt harder, more labored. The shadows ... the darkness. They were still there, lingering in the corners of her mind. Suddenly, the basement door at the top of the stairs slammed open. The sound echoed through the empty space, the noise too loud for the stillness that had settled in. Sarah jumped, her heart pounding. She spun around, expecting anything, but there was nothing. The door creaked open, then slammed. Shut again, as if the building itself was responding to her fear, taunting her. A sharp, cold wind blew through the room. Though there were no windows, the air seemed to breathe, thick and heavy, as if it were filled with something that shouldn't be there. And then the whispers returned, faint at first, but growing louder, more frantic. It's never over. We're always here. Asterisk you. Can't lock us out. Asterisk. Sarah's pulse quickened, the sounds wrapping around her, closing in. The shadows twisted again, pulling at her like invisible hands. They were drawing closer. There was no escaping this feeling. No running. No hiding. She thought about it again, the way it had pulled her in, the way it had called to her. And she realized something. The key itself wasn't just a tool. It was a vessel, a way for the darkness to enter her world. The thought made her sick, too. Her stomach, her head was spinning. There had to be a way to end this. There had to be a way to stop it from coming back. But then a new realization hit her. She was the key. The shadows, the whispers, the figure that had nearly claimed her, they weren't just part of the darkness. They were tied to her. She wasn't just holding the key. She was bound to it. It was part of her now. The thought filled her with dread. The connection between her and the door, between the key and the shadows, it wasn't just one-sided. The darkness didn't just need the key to open the door. It needed her to keep it open. Every time she tried to escape, every time she tried to lock it away, she was pulling herself deeper into the darkness. She couldn't hide from it. She couldn't outrun it. The basement was cold now, the temperature dropping sharply, and she could see her breath in front of her. The shadows began to writhe again, twisting around the corners, gathering in the room like hungry creatures waiting to pounce. And then the voice came again, louder now, as if it were right behind her. "You belong to us, Sarah." Her heart skipped a beat, the words chilling her to the core. She wasn't just the key holder. She was the anchor. The door wasn't just a doorway. It was an anchor to her soul. And as long as she was alive, as long as she was tied to the key, the shadows would never truly leave. But there was something else, something Emily had said, something that she hadn't fully understood at the time. The shadows fed on fear. It was their power. The more she feared them, the stronger they grew. And that was the key. Fear. She could feel it welling inside her now. The fear that had been slowly consuming her since the moment she first stepped foot in the school. But she couldn't let it take her. Not now. Not when she was so close to the answer. Her mind screamed for her to run, to give in, but something inside her snapped. No, she wouldn't give in to fear. Sarah closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, the shadows pressing in on her, but she didn't move. She held the key tightly in her hand, feeling its power thrumming beneath her fingers. She wasn't the key holder anymore. She wasn't the anchor. She was in control. The shadows flinched, recoiling as her thoughts focused on the one thing that could drive them away, light. The key might be tied to her, but she could still control the force it wielded. She wasn't powerless. With a shout that tore from her chest, Sarah thrust the key into the air. And for the first time, the key didn't pulse with cold. It burned with light, bright, blinding light. The shadows screamed, their forms disintegrating into nothing as the light filled the basement. The force was so powerful that it cracked the walls, and the building shook as if it were crumbling under the weight of the light. And then, with a final flash, the room went silent. The light faded, and the shadows were gone. The whispers stopped. Sarah stood there in the darkness, breathing heavily, the key still clutched tightly in her hand. The door was still sealed. The shadows had been pushed back for now, but she knew it wasn't over. The light had driven them away. But she had to be ready, because next time the darkness would be stronger, and she would have to fight harder. Part 10. Sarah's body shook from exhaustion, her mind reeling as she tried to comprehend the overwhelming silence that had settled around her. The key still burned faintly in her hand, the warmth from its glow dissipating into the air, leaving only the cold, hollow emptiness of the room behind. The shadows that had consumed the space moments before were gone, vanished. leaving behind nothing but darkness and a chilling sense of dread. The whispers, those maddening voices, had faded. The oppressive presence, the looming shadow, was no longer hovering over her. For a brief, fleeting moment, it felt like she had won. The door, the key, the darkness, they had all been sealed away, pushed back, contained ... For now. But Sarah knew better. Her chest ached from the weight of it all. She felt the oppressive silence in her bones, like a heavy fog that clung to her skin, suffocating her with its reminder that the battle was far from over. The key still hummed faintly in her hand, a reminder of the power it wielded and the cost of that power. She had sealed the door, yes, but she hadn't destroyed the darkness. She hadn't closed it forever. The shadows would return. They always would. She forced herself to take a deep breath, steadying her nerves. The air in the basement felt thick, heavy, like the very walls were closing in around her. She had to get out of there, away from the school, away from the memories of everything that had happened. But she couldn't run anymore. The key was bound to her. She was tied to the door, to the darkness, in ways she couldn't fully understand. She had felt the weight of it, the pull. The shadows had called to her, and in a way, they still did. They knew her now. They would always find a way back to her, and next time it would be worse that a wave of nausea hit her as she realized the truth. She couldn't escape it. Not really. The thought was paralyzing. She wanted to scream. She wanted to throw the key away, to run, to burn everything down and never look back. But she couldn't. The darkness was not something you could outrun. It was part of her now. It always had been. Her hand clenched around the key, the metal biting into her skin. The cold fire that had burned so brightly in her veins only moments ago was now gone, replaced by a chilling, familiar weight. And she knew deep down, even before the voice came, that she wasn't alone. You think you've sealed it. The voice was low, insidious, slithering into her thoughts like a venomous whisper. But you can't lock away what was never meant to be locked. Sarah's blood ran cold. The shadows didn't fade. They never truly went away. The whispers came again, louder now, filling her mind with a maddening chorus of voices that seemed to come from every corner of the room, from every inch of the building. The darkness was growing. It was feeding on her fear, on her doubt. You belong to us now. She staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. The walls of the basement seemed to close in on her as the whispers grew louder, suffocating. She had thought she could stop it. She had thought the key was the answer, but the key was never the answer. You'll never escape. The shadows around her began to pulse again, the darkness creeping toward her, swirling like a living thing. Her vision blurred as the temperature in the room plummeted, her breath coming out in short, sharp gasps. She could feel the cold seeping into her skin, freezing her, as the room distorted around her. The walls bent inward, the very fabric of reality warping as though the darkness was clawing at the edges, trying to tear everything apart. And then, just as quickly as it had started, everything stopped. The room was silent once again, the oppressive weight of the darkness gone. But Sarah's hands trembled uncontrollably as she looked around, wide-eyed, her chest heaving. She had no idea what had just happened. No idea if it was real or just her mind breaking under the strain. The key in her hand pulsed once more, this time with a different kind of energy, one that was familiar, one that felt like her. The connection had deepened. The bond had grown. Stronger. It wasn't over. It would never be over. Sarah ... Her name. A soft whisper that echoed in the silence. But this voice wasn't one of the shadows. This was someone else. Someone human. Someone who had been trying to reach her. Someone who had known, long before she had, that the battle was never truly finished. She turned toward the voice. And there, standing in the doorway, was Emily. Her appearance had changed. Her face was still pale, her expression somber, but there was a faint, warm glow about her now, like she had crossed some threshold and was now more than just a ghost. She was real, tangible. Her eyes, though, were filled with a sorrow that Sarah couldn't fully comprehend. Emily ... Sarah whispered, almost in disbelief. How are you here? Emily took a step closer, her form flickering slightly, as if she were being pulled between two worlds. I never left, she said softly, her voice steady but strained. I've been watching over you. I tried to warn you, but it's too late. You've already made your choice. Sarah's heart clenched. What do you mean? What choice? The key, Emily whispered, her gaze flickering to the object still clenched tightly in Sarah's hand. It was never just about sealing the door. You ... You've bound yourself to it now. You can't escape it, Sarah. And neither can I, Sarah felt a chill crawl down her spine. What do you mean? What are you saying? Emily's eyes softened with the weight of her words. The key. It's tied to your soul. And once you opened that door, you became part of it. She paused, the air around them growing heavy, with the unspoken truth. This curse is yours, Sarah. It will never truly let you go. A cold, hollow silence settled in the room, and Sarah's vision blurred as she realized the full extent of what Emily was saying. She had opened the door. She had chosen, but she hadn't just unlocked the darkness. She had become a part of it, the key. The door, the shadows, they would always be with her. And the weight of that knowledge crashed down on her like a ton of bricks. There was no going back. The curse was now her fate. Emily's form flickered once more, her smile faint and sorrowful. I'm sorry, Sarah. I never wanted this for you. The darkness stirred again, as if the very air itself was hungry for the end. And though the room remained still, Sarah could feel the pull of the shadows, the pull of the key, the pull of the curse she could never escape. It's not over. The whispers said . And Sarah knew, deep down, that this battle would never truly end. It would follow her every step of the way. Part 1, Story 3. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the quiet streets of Hollowbrook High. Its towering red brick walls stood cold and imposing against the twilight sky, a forgotten monument to the generations that had walked its halls. The school had been there for over a century, its reputation and history steeped in whispers that no one truly dared to speak aloud. Maggie, a sophomore at Hollowbrook, wasn't particularly fond of the building. She often felt that something about it wasn't quite right. She couldn't pinpoint it, but there was an undeniable weight in the air that lingered as soon as you walked through its doors. It wasn't just the normal feeling you might get from a school that had seen better days. It was something darker, something that seemed almost alive. Every creaky floorboard, every flickering light, every crack in the walls made her feel like she was walking through the memories of the past, memories that didn't want to be forgotten. But tonight was different. Maggie had stayed late to work on a project with her friends. It was the last day before spring break, and they had decided to celebrate by finishing the project they had put off for weeks. It was supposed to be a fun, low-key night, nothing out of the ordinary. But as the hours passed, Maggie started to feel it, a shift in the atmosphere. The air had grown heavy again, just like it always did when the sun set, and the once familiar halls seemed to stretch out farther than they should. "We should head out soon," she said to her friends, her voice edged with the discomfort she couldn't shake. Her friend Chris, sitting next to her at the library table, gave her a puzzled look. "We're almost done with the project. Why rush?" Maggie didn't have a good answer. She just didn't want to be there anymore. The feeling had grown worse as the night dragged on, like someone was watching them, waiting. She kept glancing at the old wooden doors at the far end of the library, the ones that led to the storage rooms. They were always locked, always off limits to students. But tonight they looked different, as if they were calling to her. "Hey, do you guys hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. Her friends looked at her quizzically. "Hear what?" Chris asked, raising an eyebrow. "Maggie, you're getting all spooked. It's just an old building." "No, it's not that," she said, shaking her head. "I thought I heard something, like footsteps." Chris chuckled and ruffled her hair. "You've been reading too many ghost stories. It's just an old school." But Maggie couldn't shake the feeling. The walls, the floor, they felt like they were breathing with her, like the school itself was alive, aware of their presence. Maggie stood up from the table, brushing her dark hair out of her face. "I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back." "All right, hurry up," Chris called after her as she made her way toward the library's exit. The hallway was quiet, as expected. It was nearly 9 p.m., and the school was empty, save for a few other students finishing late work. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows on the worn floor. The smell of old paper and dust lingered in the air. Maggie's footsteps echoed down the hallway as she walked toward the bathrooms. She could feel the weight of the building pressing down on her, the walls almost whispering to her as she passed by. When she reached the bathroom door, she hesitated. There was something about it that felt off. She had never thought much about this bathroom before, but tonight it seemed different. She couldn't explain why. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the irrational thoughts racing through her mind. She just needed to finish the night and get home. As she opened the door and stepped inside, the chill in the air hit her like a slap to the face. It wasn't just the temperature, it was something deeper, something wrong. The bathroom was empty, the only sound the quiet hum of the lights above. She walked toward one of the stalls, but as she passed the row of sinks, she stopped. In the cracked mirror above the sinks, she thought she saw something. No, someone moving in the reflection. Her heart skipped a beat. She spun around quickly, her breath catching in her throat, but there was no one behind her. Just the empty bathroom. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, "It's just your imagination." But the feeling didn't leave. It lingered, clawing at her chest. "You're not alone." Her eyes darted back to the cracked mirror. The reflection was normal, except there was something wrong with the image. The shadows in the mirror seemed darker than they should have been, stretching unnaturally long. Maggie's reflection looked fine, but there was something off about it. Her reflection didn't move with her. Asterisk, what the hell? Asterisk, she took a step back, her heart racing. The reflection of her own body, her own movements, was now delayed. It moved at its own pace, almost as if it were looking at her from a distance, far away. But she could see the eyes in the reflection. Her own eyes wide and filled with confusion. But the look in the reflection, it was wrong. It wasn't her face. It was the smile. The reflection in the mirror grinned at her asterisk. Too wide asterisk, its mouth stretching unnaturally far across its face, its eyes wild and unblinking. Maggie froze, her breath caught in her throat. Her reflection wasn't mimicking her movements anymore, it was moving on its own. She gasped, stumbling backward, her body now completely filled with panic. She reached for the door, her hands trembling, but just as she touched the handle, the mirror behind her cracked with a loud, sharp sound. It wasn't just a crack, it was as if the glass itself had shattered into thin air, leaving only the distorted image of her smiling reflection, still staring back at her. And then, in a voice that sounded like it came from the very depths of the mirror, she heard it. "You shouldn't have come." The words were cold, twisted. The voice wasn't hers. Maggie spun around, her heart pounding in her chest, and before she could react, the lights above flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. The door slammed shut behind her. The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, came from somewhere behind her, echoing through the darkness. She wasn't alone anymore. Part 2, Maggie's breath caught in her throat as the door slammed shut behind her with an almost unnatural force. The echo of the impact reverberated in the dead silence of the darkened bathroom, and her heart raced in her chest. The lights above flickered again, their buzzing filling the air like a warning. Then a sudden silence, utter and complete. The shadows seemed to deepen, wrapping around her like a suffocating blanket. Maggie's mind raced, trying to comprehend what was happening. She could still hear the footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer with every second. Someone was in the bathroom with her. She whirled around, but there was no one there. The mirror, what was left of it, reflected only the empty room. Her reflection seemed normal again, but she knew it wasn't. She could feel it. The footsteps didn't stop. They were closer now. Too close. Panic surged through her. Her body moved on its own, her legs carrying her across the room before she even thought to make a decision. She rushed for the door, her hand trembling as she reached for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked. Her breath quickened. No, no, no. She gasped, pulling at the handle, but it was useless. The door wouldn't open. Asterisk, why? Why was the door locked? The footsteps were growing louder now, far too loud to be ignored. Maggie could hear them clearly, slow and methodical, like someone or something deliberately approaching her. She spun around, her back pressing against the cold bathroom door, her eyes frantically scanning the empty space. Nothing. Nothing but the dim reflection of the bathroom. Her own image stared back at her, wide-eyed, trembling. But then she noticed. Her reflection wasn't mimicking her movements anymore. It was it was still. Completely still. It stared back at her, its eyes wide, its mouth stretched into that same unnatural grin. Her breath caught. This time she didn't move. This time the reflection did. Its grin widened impossibly, and its eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, flashed with something dark, something malevolent. The figure in the mirror began to move on its own, tilting its head to the side, its smile turning into something more sinister. She felt something tug at her, a pull deep in her chest. The footsteps behind her had stopped, but the air felt thick now, heavier than it had been before. A voice broke the silence, one she didn't recognize, but it was unmistakable in its coldness. "You shouldn't have come back." Maggie froze, her blood running cold. The voice was so distorted, like it was coming from deep within the walls themselves. It sent a shiver down her spine, like something ancient, something waiting, was. Speaking directly to her dot, she whipped around again, her eyes wild with fear, searching the room for any sign of movement. The bathroom was still empty, but that didn't matter. She could feel it now. Whatever was in here with her, it was real. The footsteps had stopped, but the presence of someone was pressing down on her dot. A chill swept through the room, the temperature dropping so suddenly that Maggie could see her breath in front of her. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She turned her head to the side, but in the mirror she saw something that made her blood run cold. There, behind her, standing just over her shoulder, was a figure dot. It wasn't quite human. Its outline was distorted, shifting in the glass, like a shadow out of place, moving independently of its surroundings. Its face was pale, almost sickly, the skin stretched tight, and its eyes, those empty, black eyes, were focused directly on her. Maggie stumbled backward, her feet knocking into the sink. Her heart pounded in her chest as the figure in the mirror stretched its hand toward her, its fingers elongating unnaturally, the skin peeling from the bone as it reached toward her. And just like that, it whispered again, the voice now coming from the figure itself. "You are ours." Maggie screamed, her mind spiraling with fear. She didn't have time to react. She bolted for the door again, her body moving on instinct. But before she could make it, the mirror in front of her cracked, a thin line splitting the reflection down the middle. The crack grew, widening until the glass shattered with a deafening crash. Maggie screamed again, covering her ears as the sharp sound of breaking glass filled the bathroom. The mirror fragmented into pieces, falling to the ground with a haunting clatter. But the figure, the thing, was still there. It wasn't in the mirror anymore. It was in the room. The reflection was now standing behind her, impossibly close, its grin widening. "You shouldn't have looked," it hissed, its voice crawling under her skin. "Now we will never leave." Maggie tried to turn, but before she could, the room seemed to spin. The walls warped, bending and twisting like something out of a nightmare. The darkness in the corners of the bathroom stretched and crawled, the shadows moving of their own accord, as if they were alive. Asterisk, get out of here. Asterisk, Maggie shouted at herself, her voice cracking with terror. But the figure just grinned, and that awful, hollow laugh echoed around her dot, and then, with a sudden, jolting motion, she found herself back in the hallway. She wasn't sure how she'd gotten there one moment. She had been in the bathroom. The next, she was stumbling in the hall, her heart racing. The doors of the school were wide open now, as if inviting her to leave. but Maggie couldn't move. The hallway stretched out before her in an endless, narrow path, the lights flickering above her, casting long shadows across the walls. She needed to get out. She needed to escape. But as she took one step toward the door, she heard it. The sound of footsteps. Slow, steady, deliberate. Maggie froze. "You can't leave," the voice said. "Asterisk, you've opened the door. Now you belong to us. Asterisk." Her blood ran cold as she turned around, her feet heavy on the floor, her body betraying her as she slowly faced the dark figure standing at the far end of the hallway. It wasn't her reflection. This time, it was the thing that had followed her, and it was coming for her. Part 3. Maggie's breath was caught in her throat, her heart pounding as she stood frozen in the hallway, the figure looming at the end of the corridor. It was a grotesque silhouette, all twisted, with features so distorted that they were almost indiscernible. Yet she could feel its eyes, those empty pits of darkness staring into her soul. The air around her seemed to shift, the temperature plummeting, each breath feeling heavier than the last. The school had always felt oppressive, but tonight it felt like a prison. Every hallway, every locker, every flickering light seemed to be suffocating her. The weight of the darkness pressed down on her chest, making it harder to breathe. She tried to move, to run, to do something, anything, but her legs were rooted to the floor, frozen in place. The figure at the end of the hallway took another step toward her, its shadow stretching across the walls, warping into shapes that shouldn't exist. "Come closer," it whispered in a voice that was both a hiss and a growl, a voice that rattled her bones and sank deep into her chest. Maggie's eyes flickered to the door at the end of the hallway, the only way out. She could see the outside, whirled beyond the glass windows, the faint glow of streetlights cutting through the darkness. But the closer she got to the door, the more the shadows seemed to grow. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly before her. The footsteps echoed behind her. "I can't run from this," Maggie whispered to herself, but she wasn't sure if she was speaking to the figure or to the overwhelming fear clawing at her heart. She turned around to face the figure again. It had moved closer than before, its form now more defined in the dim light. Its face, if it could be called a face, was a twisted mockery of humanity. A smile that stretched impossibly wide, the lips cracked open to reveal rows of jagged black teeth, and eyes that looked like deep, endless voids, empty, hungry, and cold. "You should never have come back," the voice echoed again, this time louder, and the ground beneath Maggie's feet seemed to tremble. Her stomach churned with dread as she realized that she wasn't alone in this hallway. She could feel something else, something worse, something that had been lurking in the dark corners of the school, just waiting for her to open the door. Again, the darkness behind the figure seemed to twist, warping and undulating like living shadows. The walls began to pulse, the floor vibrating beneath her. A strange hum filled the air, like the school itself was coming alive. She wanted to scream, to call out for help, but her voice was gone, swallowed by the terror that gripped her. Her legs finally found movement, but it wasn't forward toward the exit. No, she stumbled backward, her feet shuffling over the cracked floor tiles as she bumped into the lockers lining the hallway. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the figure. It took another step toward her. Maggie's mind screamed for her to move faster, to get to the door, but her body refused to cooperate. It was like the hallway had grown longer, the door farther away, as if the school itself was keeping her trapped here like it had planned this all along. The air felt thick and heavy, suffocating, as though the very walls were closing in around her. Asterisk, you can't escape, Maggie. Asterisk. The figure's voice was everywhere now, surrounding her, filling her thoughts. The shadows slithered across the walls, whispering in 1,000 voices, all of them distorted and overlapping. Asterisk, you opened the door. You belong to us now. Asterisk, Maggie's eyes darted around, trying to find an escape. Anything to stop the maddening whispers, to stop the figure from closing in on her. The hallway behind her was long, stretching into the unknown. She could see the faint outline of the door to the stairwell at the end of the hall, just a few feet ahead. She could make it. She had to make it. With a burst of adrenaline, she ran. She didn't care if she was being followed. She didn't care about the shadows that were inching closer. All that mattered was getting out. Her footsteps pounded on the floor, echoing in the narrow corridor as she sprinted toward the stairwell door. Her heart raced, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She reached out for the door handle, and it wouldn't open. She twisted the handle desperately, but it was locked. She pounded her fist against the door, but it didn't budge. Panic rose in her throat as a cold, suffocating presence pressed in around her. Her mind raced. She was trapped. Again, that the figure was closer now, just a few feet away. It had stopped smiling, its mouth now stretched wide open, its teeth gleaming in the dim light. The shadows twisted around it like living tendrils, crawling toward her. She could feel them brushing against her skin, their cold, malicious touch, sinking into her very bones. Asterisk, you can't run from it, Maggie. You can't escape. Asterisk, the voice hissed again, its tone low and guttural. The figure was almost upon her now, its twisted form moving in sync with the shadows that clung to the walls. The whispers were louder now, a cacophony of voices swirling around her, suffocating her thoughts. She could barely think, could barely breathe as the shadows closed in. Look at me. The figure's voice was a command now, and its presence was overwhelming, like it was pulling her in, drawing her closer, closer to the abyss. She stumbled backward, hitting the lockers once. Again, her mind screamed for her to run, but her body was paralyzed, trapped in place. She could feel the presence of the figure pressing against her, suffocating her. Her eyes were wide with fear as she looked at the figure, but as she did, something changed. The shadows, those dark, slithering tendrils, seemed to shift. They reached toward the figure, wrapping around it, pulling it back. The grin on the figure's face twisted into something darker, something more monstrous, and it screeched a sound that shook her very soul. It was being pulled back. Her eyes widened. In disbelief, the figure was retreating, its form dissolving into the shadows, its screeching fading as it disappeared into the darkness. The air grew still. The oppressive weight lifted. And then, as if everything had been a twisted illusion, the hallway was silent. Maggie stood there, breathing heavily, her heart still pounding. She turned toward the door again, now wide open, the stairwell beyond beckoning her. She could feel the weight of the key in her pocket, its cool, heavy presence pressing against her side. She ran. She didn't look back. She didn't dare to. She didn't know what had just happened, but she knew one thing: she wasn't safe. The darkness was still out there, still waiting for her, and she would have to face it again. Part 4. Maggie's feet thundered against the stairwell as she ran, each step feeling like a race against the clock. Her lungs burned and her heart thudded violently in her chest, but she didn't dare stop. The figure, the darkness, it wasn't gone. It had retreated, but she could feel it still, lurking just beyond her vision, waiting. She had barely escaped its grasp, and every inch of her knew that it would be back. The stairwell door at the bottom of the stairs slammed shut behind her with a hollow, metallic thud. She didn't even think about it. She didn't stop to look behind her. She just kept running, her hands gripping the railing tightly as she descended into the bowels of the school, deeper and deeper. The lights flickered sporadically above, there, dim glow casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to grow longer with every step she took. The stairs seemed to stretch endlessly, the descent growing steeper, colder, as if the building itself was swallowing her whole dot. It always felt wrong. In this school, but tonight, that feeling was suffocating. She didn't know where she was headed, didn't know where the stairwell ended. But her instincts were guiding her, her gut telling her to keep moving, to keep going. She had to get out of here. She had to escape before it was too late. A sudden thought jolted through her mind like a lightning strike. The key. She stopped, abruptly, her breath catching in her throat as her hand instinctively went to her pocket. The key she had found in the abandoned hallway. Had it been a part of all this? Had it been meant to unlock something she wasn't ready to face? Her fingers trembled as she pulled the cold metal from her pocket. It was warm to the touch now, almost too warm, and as her hand closed around it, a sickly thrill ran through her. She had tried to lock it all away, but she realized something terrible then. The key wasn't just for locking doors. It had opened something much worse, and she was carrying it. Before she could process what she was feeling, she heard it, a low, guttural sound, a scraping. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, just at the top of the stairs. Maggie spun around, her breath halting in her throat. The hallway above her was now shrouded in shadow, and in the dim light from above she could just make out a figure, a silhouette, moving toward her. The footsteps echoed down the stairs, methodical and haunting. She backed away, her fingers tightening around the key, but she knew the truth now. The key wasn't just an object. It wasn't a tool for escape, it was a trigger. Every time she touched it, every time she tried to lock something away, she was inviting the darkness back into the world. She hadn't closed the door. She had only made it stronger. The figure moved into the dim light of the stairwell, its form now clearer. It was tall, too tall, its body long and slender, with limbs that moved with unsettling grace. Its face was obscured in shadow, but Maggie could feel its eyes on her, staring into her very soul. Its presence was cold, suffocating. Her fingers tightened around the key, and instinctively she stepped back down the stairs. She couldn't stand there, couldn't face whatever that thing was. She needed to escape, but the figure wasn't. The only thing waiting for her, the hallway around her seemed to shift, to bend in ways that weren't possible. The walls, the floor, even the air, it was all wrong. The lights flickered again, and she heard a strange humming sound low, mechanical, as if the school itself was waking up. The scraping noise came again, louder this time, and it was closer. She turned sharply, but all she could see was darkness. The shadows themselves seemed to reach for her, curling around her legs, pulling her deeper into the stairwell. The key pulsed again, but this time it wasn't warm. It was cold, so cold it burned her hand, like ice running through her veins. And then, from somewhere in the darkness, she heard a voice low, distorted. "You can't escape." It was familiar. "You can't lock us out." ... Maggie froze, her mind racing. She had heard that voice before the voice from the figure in the hallway. But it wasn't just the figure's voice. It sounded ... familiar. She knew it. Her pulse quickened, her eyes darting around in desperation. Where was the voice coming from? Was it just the shadows? The room seemed to twist in on itself, the walls closing in ... and then it hit her. Emily ... Her stomach dropped. The name burned in her mind. Emily, her best friend. The girl she had seen just before all of this began. The voice continued, as though it was coming from inside her mind. Asterisk, you opened the door ... and you brought me with you. Asterisk. The figure in the hallway stepped forward, moving closer now, its form stretching unnaturally, as though it were growing taller. It was her, Emily's face staring at her now, but twisted, distorted, the eyes wide and filled with something dark. Asterisk, I told you to leave, Maggie, but you didn't listen. You didn't stop it. No ... no ... asterisk, Maggie whispered, her voice trembling. Asterisk, you're not Emily. You're not her. Asterisk. The figure smiled a grin that was too wide, too stretched, its teeth sharp and jagged. It was nothing like Emily, nothing like the girl Maggie had once known. You're right, it hissed, its voice laced with venom. But I'm the one who has been waiting. I was in the shadows, and now you're mine. Maggie's mind raced. The key, the door, the curse that had followed her. Emily, her best friend, had been lost to it, and now it was trying to claim her. The figure stepped closer, its shadow wrapping around Maggie's legs, pulling her toward it. She tried to scream, but the sound caught in her throat, swallowed by the overwhelming darkness. The school, the hallway, everything around her seemed to bend and twist, reality slipping away like water through her fingers. The key pulsed again, cold as ice burning through her hand, but this time Maggie didn't hesitate. She swung it in front of her, the light from its small glow cutting through the darkness for the briefest moment. The figure recoiled, its form flickering and distorting like smoke. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. The hallway was silent. Again, but Maggie knew the truth now. It wasn't over. The door could never truly be closed, not for long. The darkness was still here. And it always would be. Part 5. Maggie stood there in the dim stairwell, her breath shaky, her heart still pounding in her chest. The figure, the shadowy thing that had taken the form of her best friend, Emily, it was gone, but the terror it left behind was real, clinging. To her like a second skin, she could still feel the remnants of its cold, malevolent presence, seeping into her bones, filling the very air around her. The darkness hadn't retreated. It had only shifted, waiting. The key in her hand pulsed again, its cool, metallic surface a stark contrast to the searing heat of fear that burned through her body. It felt heavier now, as though it was more than just an object. more than just a means of locking away the nightmare. It was part of her now. She could feel it, the weight of it lodged in her very soul, tied to her in a way that she couldn't escape. "You opened the door," Emily's voice had said, and with that, the shadows had followed her in. She had thought she could stop it. She had thought she could contain it by locking the door. But the door wasn't just a physical thing. It was a bridge. The key was the bridge. The door was always waiting for the key to turn again. The stairs stretched out before her, endless, and she knew that it wasn't over. The school itself felt alive, thrumming with something dark and hungry beneath the surface. She had to get out. She had to escape, but how? She turned back to the hallway, still empty, still silent. The faint hum of the old fluorescent lights overhead was the only sound, like the last breath of a long-dead machine. The hallway stretched before her, a dark void that seemed to press inward with every passing second. But that wasn't what unsettled her the most. What chilled her to the core was the realization that she couldn't escape. The darkness had already marked her, made her part of it. She had tried to shut it out, tried to close the door, but it was inside her now, and the door had already been opened. There was no running. A door. The same door. The key. Her hand tightened around it, the sharp metal digging into her palm. There had to be an answer. There had to be a way to stop it. She couldn't let herself fall into despair. She had seen what happened when Emily had given in. She had become part of it, lost to the darkness, swallowed by the thing they had unlocked. She couldn't do that dot, and then, as if in response to her thoughts, a sudden, guttural noise erupted from behind her. The air around her seemed to shudder, like something was moving in the walls, something that should not have been. Their dot, she spun around, every nerve in her body screaming. There was something or someone at the far end of the hallway, a shape standing in the shadows, waiting. Maggie. The voice was low, familiar, but wrong. It twisted in her mind like a broken record, repeating her name over and over. Again, dotted, was Emily, or something that sounded like her. Maggie's legs moved of their own accord, dragging her toward the figure. Her mind screamed at her to stop, to turn away, but she couldn't. The whispering was there again, wrapping around her thoughts. Emily, Emily, Emily. The figure took a step forward, its silhouette growing clearer as it stepped into the dim light. It was Emily's shape, but something was off. Her face was pallid, her eyes wide and glassy, and her smile. Oh, that smile was not her own. It was stretched too wide, too impossibly wide, the corners of her lips pulling back to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Asterisk Maggie, come closer. Maggie's breath quickened, the shadows in the hallway seeming to shift. Asterisk, moving with purpose, crawling toward her, eager, hungry. She had seen this before, seen the way the darkness took Emily, how it twisted her form into something unrecognizable. And she knew deep down that the darkness hadn't left. It had followed her. She shook her head violently, trying to clear her mind. But the whispers were louder now, more insistent. Asterisk, come closer, Maggie. Asterisk, the figure's eyes widened, the dark emptiness in them swallowing the light around her. Maggie took a step back, her heart hammering in her chest. The whispers echoed in her skull, vibrating through her bones. Maggie, it's not over. The voice wasn't just Emily's anymore. It was a chorus, a twisted symphony of every lost soul that had ever been consumed by the darkness. 1,000 voices, 1,000 whispers, all calling for her. The shadows wrapped around her legs, pulling at her, tugging her back toward the figure. She was so close. The figure was reaching out for her, its hands long and skeletal, its fingers moving like tendrils of smoke dot. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Maggie. The voice was close now, too close, right at her ear. The figure was almost upon her. Asterisk no. Asterisk, she screamed, her voice breaking the trance that had begun to pull her in. She pushed forward, stumbling over her feet, but as she did, she felt it, a surge of energy. The key in her hand. The glow was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but then it flared to life. The darkness recoiled. The figure screamed, a screeching, inhuman wail that echoed through the hallway, shaking the walls, rattling the windows. The key in her hand pulsed with light, brighter and brighter, as if it had been waiting for this moment, waiting for Maggie to realize what she had to do. The light cut through the shadows, burning them away, driving them back into the deep recesses of the school where they belonged. The figure flailed, its body twisting and distorting as the light grew stronger, searing through the air. Yet Maggie could feel it now. This was her power. This was the power she held within her, the power she had been too afraid to accept. She was the key holder, and she could control the darkness, contain it, force it away. She wasn't just a victim anymore. She had the ability to lock it away. The figure screeched one final time, its body disintegrating into nothing but dust and shadows, fading into the nothingness from which it came. The hallway grew quiet again. Maggie stood there, gasping for breath, her hands trembling, but the key in her hand was still glowing faintly, its pulse steady. The shadows were gone. The hallway was empty. She had stopped it for now, but she knew it wasn't over. The darkness would return. The key wasn't just an object. It was part of her, and as long as she was alive, she would always be bound to it. The whispers would come again, and next time she would have to fight harder. Part 6. Maggie's hand was still trembling as she lowered the key, the faint light fading as the shadows finally retreated, vanishing into the cracks in the walls like they had never existed. The air around her felt thick, still, and heavy with the aftermath of the battle. She stood there, panting, her heartbeat echoing in her chest. The hallway was silent now, but the silence was unsettling. It felt like a lull before the storm, as if the shadows were just waiting for her to slip up, for her to falter. They would come again. They always did. She took a deep breath, but it only made the air feel colder in her lungs. The school, once so familiar to her, now felt like a foreign place, a dark labyrinth she couldn't escape. The key, the cursed key, was still in her hand, its cold, metallic surface pressing against her skin, reminding her of its power and its cost. She had felt the weight of it the moment she touched it. The connection was more than physical. It was as though the key was bound to her, tied to her very soul. And that meant that every time it was used, every time the door opened, she would have to face the consequences. She wasn't just holding it. It was a part of her. Now, Maggie's eyes flickered toward the stairs ahead of her, and her legs felt like lead. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew she couldn't stay here. She couldn't stay in this school where the walls seemed to pulse with the remnants of the darkness that had clawed its way back into the world. Her mind was a mess of questions she didn't know how to answer, things she didn't understand. She began walking down the hallway again, the heavy weight of the key in her pocket, making every step feel like a step toward something inevitable, something unavoidable. What had Emily meant? The whispers, the shadows, they were tied to her. She was tied to the darkness. And no matter how many times she sealed the door, no matter how much light she pushed into the corners, it would always be there, always. The thought made her want to scream, but she forced the sound down. The key had done something tonight. She had used it to push the darkness back, but she didn't feel victorious. She felt empty, exhausted. There was no relief in defeating it, only the nagging feeling that it was far from over. As she neared the end of the hall, a cold gust of wind swept through the building, ruffling her hair, sending a shiver through her body. The door to the library ahead of her suddenly creaked open on its own, as if inviting her in. She stopped. It was strange. She had never known the door to open by itself, especially not in this building, where everything was old and creaky and locked most of the time. Her eyes narrowed, and against her better judgment, she approached the door. Library was empty, the rows of bookshelves standing like silent sentinels in the dim light. But there was something about the room that felt different, wrong. The air felt too still. She stepped inside, and immediately the temperature dropped. It wasn't just the cold air, it was the sense that something was lurking in the room, something unseen. A part of her screamed at her to leave, but another part, a part driven by fear and curiosity, urged her forward. Maggie ... She froze at the sound of her name. The voice was faint, but clear enough to make her blood run cold. She turned quickly, searching the dark corners of the library. Double quotes, asterisk Maggie ... Come closer, asterisk. The voice was coming from the back of the room, where the old, disheveled bookshelves stood like walls, creating a labyrinth of narrow aisles. She didn't want to go forward. She didn't want to get closer to whatever was calling her, but the pull was undeniable. It was the same sensation she had felt when the shadows were closing in on her, the feeling of being trapped, of being drawn into something she couldn't escape. And yet, she moved forward. With each step, the voice grew louder, closer. It was speaking her name like it knew her, like it was calling to her from a place she couldn't see. But there was something wrong with the voice. It wasn't Emily's voice. It wasn't even human. It was deeper, more distorted, like the sound was coming from inside her head. Maggie ... It whispered again, the words slithering through the air, crawling into her ears like insects. She stopped, her heart pounding in her chest. The room felt too cold now, the shadows shifting, moving like something alive, waiting. Her eyes searched the aisles, but there was no one there. Her legs moved again, against her will, drawing her further into the shadows. The air grew heavier. As she walked deeper into the labyrinth of bookshelves, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was just out of her sight, waiting, following her. The walls seemed to close in around her, the shelves pressing on her from all sides, making her feel small, trapped. And then she saw it. At the far end of the library, in a small alcove, stood a figure, a tall figure, shrouded in shadow, just barely visible in the dim light. Maggie ... The figure said her name again, and she could feel it. It was real. It was there. The figure stepped forward, and Maggie's breath hitched in her throat. This wasn't the same as before. This wasn't just an echo. This wasn't just the whispers. Dot, it was real. It wasn't human. The figure's limbs were too long, too slender, its body too dark. It seemed to flicker in and out of existence, its edges blurring like smoke, and its eyes, empty, hollow, were locked on her, staring into her very soul. You opened the door, it rasped, its voice so low it seemed to vibrate the air around her. And now you belonged to it. The words hit her like a punch to the stomach. She backed up, her heart pounding in her chest. But the figure moved closer, its movements jerky and unnatural. She felt a chill crawl up her spine as it reached. Out toward her. Dot, her hand went instinctively to the key in her pocket, the cold metal pressing against her skin. She pulled it out quickly, holding it in front of her like a weapon, but she knew it wouldn't be enough. Dot, the figure came. Closer still, its long, shadowy fingers stretching toward her. She didn't have time to think. She swung the key forward, a burst of light flaring from its core, a final attempt to push the darkness back. But this time the light didn't push it away. Instead, it merged with it. The room grew darker, colder, as the shadows twisted around. Her, pulling at her, clawing at her skin, she felt herself being pulled in. And then the key went cold. Dot, and everything went dark. Part 7. Maggie's world went black. For what felt like an eternity, there was nothing. No light, no sound, just a cold, oppressive emptiness that swallowed her whole. Her body felt weightless, suspended in nothingness. The shadows had claimed her, and for a moment she wondered if this was it, if this was how it all ended. But then, slowly, very slowly, the blackness began to shift. A faint light appeared in the distance, at first barely a glimmer, but then it began to grow, pulsing, flickering like the heartbeat of the room. Maggie's eyes shot open, but everything was still disorienting. Her senses were scrambled, and it felt like she was waking from a dream, but trapped in a nightmare. The faint glow from the key was the only thing that cut through the darkness, the only tether she had left to the real world. Her body was heavy, as though something was pulling her down, and her limbs felt slow, like she was trying to move through water. Panic surged through her again as she tried to push herself up, but it was as if the shadows themselves were holding her in place. The key in her hand pulsed again, this time warmer, its light flickering desperately, as though trying to push back the suffocating darkness. Asterisk, where am I? Asterisk, the question echoed in her mind, but there was no answer. Then a voice, soft at first, familiar, but twisted. Maggie, ... she gasped. The voice. It was her voice, but not her. A laugh, low and guttural, as though it came from deep within. The earth itself filling her ears and vibrating in her chest. Her head snapped up, and she saw it, the figure. It was standing before her, its form a distorted silhouette against the faint glow of the key's light. This time it wasn't just a shadow. It had substance. Its outline was clear, more defined. But it wasn't human. It was Emily, or what was left of her. The girl's face, pale and gaunt, stared back at Maggie, her eyes wide open, but completely hollow black pits of nothing. Her mouth stretched into that wide, unnatural grin again. The edges of her lips cracked and bloodied, as though she had been grinning for too long. Asterisk, Maggie, ... You should have stayed away. Asterisk. Emily's voice rasped, her tone a distorted mockery of everything that had once been her friend. Asterisk, you belong to us now, just like I did. Asterisk. Maggie's breath caught in her throat. No, she shouted, her voice raw with fear. Asterisk, you're not Emily. You're not her. You're a part of it. Asterisk. The figure tilted its head slowly, the grin widening, stretching further than should have been possible. Its dark eyes locked onto her with an unsettling intensity. Asterisk, I was just like you. Asterisk, it whispered, its voice growing more chilling. With every word, asterisk, but now I'm part of it. You opened the door, and now you're one of us. Asterisk. Maggie recoiled, taking a shaky step back, but her legs were weak, and her body felt like it was moving through molasses. Her thoughts raced, her heart hammering against her ribs. This couldn't be happening again. She had sealed the door. She had pushed the darkness away. She wasn't supposed to be here. Asterisk, no. Asterisk, Maggie cried, her voice rising with panic. She gripped the key tighter in her hand, willing its power to push the darkness back. Asterisk, you're not real. Asterisk, the figure laughed again, but this time the laugh was joined by another sound, a scraping, gnashing sound, like nails dragging against metal. The shadows around the figure seemed to come to life, swirling around it like smoke, twisting and warping into forms that were almost human. I'm very real, the figure said softly, its mouth stretching into an impossible grin. Asterisk, and you're going to be just like me. It's the only way. Once you've opened the door, there's no turning back. We're all part of the darkness now. Asterisk, Maggie's pulse raced, her heart thumping wildly in her chest. She knew what the figure was saying was true. It was inside her now, the darkness. The key had connected her to it. The door had connected her. She was bound to it, just like Emily had been. But there was something inside her, something stronger than the fear, stronger than the darkness itself that refused to accept it. She couldn't let it win. Not like this. With a fierce cry, she raised the key above her head, its light flaring to life, burning against the shadows. The figure flinched, its smile flickering, its form distorting, writhing under the light of the key. Asterisk, no. Asterisk, the figure hissed, its voice twisting with a sudden, unnatural fury. Asterisk, you can't fight it. Asterisk. But Maggie didn't stop. She pressed the key into the air, holding it aloft, its light blinding. The shadows recoiled, twisting back, retreating, like a tide receding from the shore. The figure screeched, its form distorting violently, its body warping, becoming a mass of dark tendrils that lashed out at the air, trying to claw at her, trying to pull her in. Asterisk, you can't stop it. Asterisk, the figure howled, its voice cracking. With rage, you will be ours, asterisk. Forever. Asterisk. The shadows hissed and snapped, but Maggie held the key firm in her hand, her voice steady as she spoke through gritted teeth. I will stop it. The light from the key intensified, its glow so bright now that the figure was nothing more than a flickering shadow, disappearing, retreating, until nothing was left but the faint echoes of its screams. And then, just like that, the room went silent again. Maggie stood there, breathing heavily, her hand still clutching the key, her chest rising and falling with the exertion. She didn't know how long it had been minutes. Hours? It didn't matter. The darkness was gone for now, but she could still feel it. Lurking, waiting. The faint light from the key flickered one last time before going out. Leaving her in total darkness, she stepped back, her legs giving way beneath her, and she sank to her knees. Her body trembled, the weight of everything crashing down on her. The hallway around her was empty, quiet. No whispers, no figure. But as she sat there trying to catch her breath, a small, chilling thought crept into her mind. The door was still open, and the shadows would always find a way back. Part 8 Maggie sat on the cold, hard floor of the hallway, her back pressed against the wall. The darkness had receded, leaving behind only the heavy silence, a silence so thick it felt suffocating. The key still lay in her hand, now dark and lifeless. She could feel its cold weight, a constant reminder of the battle she had just faced and the one that was still ahead. She wasn't sure how long she had been sitting there, staring at the blackened key in her hand. Her body ached from the strain, and her mind felt like it had been stretched to its limits. But in the back of her mind, she knew the truth. She hadn't won. Not really. The darkness hadn't been destroyed. It had just been pushed back, and it would be back. She knew it, deep down. She stood slowly, the weight of her exhaustion pulling at her every step. The hallways of the school were empty now, but the air still felt thick, like it was holding its breath. She felt the key in her hand again, a reminder of the tie she had to the darkness. The cold bite of the metal reminded her of just how far things had gone and how little time she had to truly put an end to it. With a sigh, she glanced around the hallway, her eyes scanning the walls. Her surroundings were familiar, but they were different now. The cracks in the walls seemed to stretch longer. The lights above flickered more frequently, as though the building itself was beginning to deteriorate. Maggie started walking, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. She needed to get out. She needed to find a way out before it found her again. She turned a corner and froze. The stairwell was just ahead, but something wasn't right. The door to the school's basement, which should have been locked, stood. Slightly ajar, a thin line of darkness peeking out from behind it. She hadn't noticed it before, but now it seemed to call to her, pulling her in, just like the figure that had taken Emily's form had. Her heartbeat quickened, a knot tightening in her stomach. She didn't want to go near that door, but a force something deep within her urged her forward. It felt like she had no choice, like something was pushing her to face whatever lay beyond it. Maggie slowly approached the door, her hand shaking as she reached for the handle. Her fingers brushed against it, the cold metal sending a chill up her spine. But she couldn't pull away. She couldn't stop herself. As soon as the door creaked open, the temperature in the air dropped drastically. A strange, foul stench hit her nose, and she recoiled instinctively. It smelled like decay, like something had been festering in the darkness for far too long. Inside the basement, the shadows were darker than she remembered. They moved unnaturally, writhing like living things. The hallway that led down into the basement was long, the shadows stretching down it like dark fingers reaching toward her. Maggie stepped into the basement cautiously, her breath shallow. She could feel the presence, the weight of it bearing down on her. It was here. Whatever it was that had been waiting for her, lurking in the depths, was drawing nearer. The sound of her footsteps echoed in the silence, each step like a hammer, against her chest. As she walked deeper into the basement, the shadows seemed to stretch further, darkening the walls and closing in around her. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. Every instinct screamed at her to leave, to run as fast as she could, but her feet moved on their own, carrying her deeper into the bowels of the school. The basement was nothing like the rest of the building. It was damp, cold, and full of forgotten things, boxes, broken desks, and stacks of papers that had been left behind, abandoned in the dark. But in the farthest corner of the room, something caught her eye. A door she had never seen before. It was old, its wood cracked and decayed with age. There were no markings on it, no sign of what it might be hiding. But the feeling it gave her was unmistakable. This door had been waiting for her. Her breath caught in her throat as she walked toward it, her hand trembling as she reached for the doorknob. She didn't know why she was doing this. She didn't know why she couldn't stop herself. The shadows around her seemed to grow heavier, pulling at her with every step. She turned the knob. The door creaked open, revealing a room filled with darkness. But it wasn't empty. No, the room was full of something else. Something she couldn't see. Something that was watching her, waiting. Maggie ... The voice. It was familiar, but distorted. A voice she couldn't quite place. A voice that made her skin crawl. The room was alive. It throbbed, pulsed with a rhythm that wasn't natural. The shadows seemed to move of their own accord, swirling around her like a living cloud. There was something in the air, something oppressive and thick, as if the very atmosphere was pressing in on her, suffocating her. "Come closer," the voice whispered again, and Maggie hesitated. She could feel the darkness around her pulling her in, urging her forward. Every step was a struggle, but she couldn't stop. She felt like she was being dragged by invisible chains. Her foot crossed the threshold, and the door slammed shut behind her. The air was suffocating now, thick with the oppressive weight of it. The shadows closed in, and she felt something brush against her skin, cold and clammy. The room was small, cramped, filled with nothing but shadows and a suffocating darkness. There was no escape. She was trapped. And as she turned, she saw it. The figure ... It was there in the corner of the room, standing still, watching her. Its outline was dark, featureless, like a shadow made of shadow, its body blending into the darkness. Its eyes, no, its gaze was all she could see. It was as if the very darkness had a face. Asterisk, you can't run from it. Asterisk, the voice whispered again, the words piercing her like a cold knife. Asterisk, you opened the door, and now we are bound together. Asterisk, the figure moved toward her, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, its fingers curling toward her like claws. She tried to move, but her legs felt heavy, slow, like they were trapped. In the mud, the shadows were closing in on her, wrapping around her body, holding her in place. "No," she whispered, her voice shaking. "No, no, no." But the figure was right there, its face now clear, its smile wide and cruel, its eyes empty and hollow. It reached out toward her, its fingers brushing against her arm, sending a shock of ice through her body. And then, suddenly, the key in her hand flared with light again, burning through the shadows. The figure recoiled, its form twisting and warping, like smoke dissipating in the light. Asterisk, no. Asterisk, The figure screeched, but it was too late. The light from the key burned brighter, pushing back the darkness, driving it into the walls, the floor, the ceiling. It was shrinking, fading, disintegrating into the very air around her. The room was silent once more. The shadows were gone. The figure was gone. Maggie's chest heaved as she stood in the middle of the room, the key still glowing softly in her hand, its light flickering and fading. The darkness had receded, but she knew it wasn't gone. The key, the door, the shadows, they would always return, and she would always be there to face them. Part 9 *. Maggie stood in the now silent room, her breath echoing in the stillness, the light from the key slowly dimming in her hand. The darkness had been pushed back for now, but the weight of what she had just faced hung over her like a storm cloud, threatening to break at any moment. The key's glow had faded, its warmth leaving her hand, leaving her with a chill that she could feel deep in her bones. The room around her felt empty, silent, safe, but for how long? She knew better than to think that the shadows would stay, gone forever. The whispers, the figure, and everything else. It was just waiting for her to lower her guard, waiting for the right moment to strike again. She couldn't run. She couldn't leave. The key had made sure of that. It was a part of her now, a connection she couldn't break. The darkness had bound itself to her soul, and there was no undoing that. Maggie turned slowly, taking in the room again, the shadows that no longer moved, the corners that no longer felt alive with malice. But something was off. She could feel it. A cold, creeping sensation at the back of her neck, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting for her to make the wrong move. The door to the basement had been sealed again, but she knew it wasn't permanent. It would open again, sooner or later, and when it did, the darkness would come for her. She could feel it, the ever-present pull, the gnawing hunger. It was her responsibility now. She had opened it. She had been chosen. Her fingers brushed against the cold, smooth surface of the key, the cold metal biting into her skin. She had tried to stop it. She had tried to close the door, but it was never enough. The door was just the beginning. It was the doorway to something much worse, something that had been waiting for centuries. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A soft sound, barely audible, echoed through the room. Footsteps. Maggie whipped around, her heart racing, the light from the key flaring up instinctively. Her eyes searched the darkened corners of the room. There was nothing. Just the empty walls, the long, eerie shadows stretching across the floor. The footsteps came again, this time louder. But it wasn't just one set. There were many, soft, shuffling footsteps that seemed to be coming from all directions, closing in around her. She could feel them. They were real. "Who's there?" She shouted, her voice breaking the stillness of the room. But the footsteps didn't stop. They only grew louder. She gripped the key tighter, the light pulsing from it like a beacon. The shadows flickered and seemed to shift with every passing second, but they didn't retreat. Instead, they advanced. The walls seemed to close in on her, the shadows creeping toward her like a wall of living darkness. And then she saw them, figures stepping out from the darkness. At first, they were just outlines, shapeless, distorted. But as they came closer, she saw them clearly. They were people, or had been people. Their faces were twisted, their eyes black and empty, their mouths open in silent screams. They were like ghosts, lost souls trapped in the darkness, now bound to it forever. Maggie stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat as the figures surrounded her, their cold hands reaching out toward her. She tried to push them away, but they passed right through her, as if they weren't even there. She could feel the chill of them, though, the coldness that seeped into her very skin, the numbing, suffocating cold that threatened to freeze her from the inside out. One of a figure spoke. Its voice was low, hollow, like the wind blowing through a cracked tomb. "You opened the door," it said, its voice a twisted echo, "and now you'll never close it." Maggie's heart raced. She couldn't breathe. The shadows were everywhere, closing in on her, suffocating her. The figures were speaking, but their words didn't make sense. They were pieces of the same nightmare that had haunted her for weeks, but now it was different. Now they were here. "In this world, you're not real," Maggie said, her voice shaking. She didn't believe it, not for a second, but she had to say something, anything to push them away. The figure closest to her smiled a grotesque, stretching grin that seemed to devour the light. Asterisk, "We are real, Maggie." "More real than you know." Asterisk, another figure stepped forward, its eyes locking onto hers. Asterisk, "You can't stop it. You can't ever escape." Asterisk, the darkness in the room deepened, and Maggie felt her mind begin to unravel. She knew deep down that they were right. The shadows were real, and they had always been real. They were bound to the school, bound to the key, bound to her dot. Asterisk, this wasn't over. It had never been over. Asterisk, her eyes flicked to the key in her hand, the faint glow of light still pulsing. She held it out in front of her, the light growing brighter, blinding the figures. They screeched, recoiling from the light, their forms distorting, warping as if the light itself were burning them away. But the key wasn't enough. The light flared one last time, its power surging through her, but the darkness pushed back, stronger now, more persistent. The shadows were everywhere, no longer just things that lurked in the corners. They were now part of the air, part of the very space around her. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I can't." But it was too late. The shadows surged forward, a wave of blackness crashing over her. The key in her hand went cold, the light faded, and the darkness took her. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer in the hallway. She was in a place that felt wrong, a place that existed outside of time, outside of reality. It was endless and infinite void where the shadows could stretch forever. But even here, she could feel it, the pull, the darkness, and she knew, as her body trembled, that this wasn't over. It only just begun. Part 10. Maggie's mind spun as she tried to process what had just happened. The moment the darkness had swallowed her whole, everything had shifted. The air around her was thick, suffocating, as if it was made of shadows themselves. She couldn't see much, but she could feel the emptiness, the weight of it pressing down on her, suffocating every breath she took. Her body trembled, but she forced herself to stand, her legs weak and shaky beneath her. She didn't know where she was. The familiar walls of Hollowbrook High were gone, replaced by an endless void. There was no floor, no walls, no ceiling, only a vast, inky blackness stretching on all sides. The key in her hand was still cold, its light now a faint, dying pulse. Darkness was alive here, It was everywhere. It pressed in on her, whispered to her, clawed at her skin. She could feel it seeping into her mind, wrapping its cold tendrils around her thoughts, drowning out everything else. And then she heard it, a voice. "You're still here." It was soft at first, just a whisper on the edge of her consciousness. But as she strained to listen, it grew louder, more insistent. The voice was familiar, too familiar. It was a voice she had heard before, a voice that had haunted her since the moment the shadows first began to rise. Maggie... Her breath hitched. No, she didn't want to hear it. Not now. Not here. She had come so far, fought so hard to push the darkness back, and yet it had followed her, dragged her down into this nightmare. She turned in a circle, her eyes desperately scanning the void, but there was nothing. Nothing but the emptiness. And then a movement in the distance, barely visible. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall, its outline shifting and warping, as though it was made of the very darkness itself. The figure's eyes were nothing more than black pits, empty and consuming. The smile that stretched across its face was grotesque, its edges stretching, impossibly wide, like it was alive, pulling its own features into a macabre parody of a grin. Asterisk, you can't hide from it. Maggie, asterisk, the voice said again, this time clearer, sharper. It was Emily's voice, but not Emily. Asterisk, you opened the door. You belong to us now, asterisk. Maggie's heart thudded in her chest. She backed away, her feet stumbling over nothing, her mind racing. The shadows around her seemed to close in, stretching toward her like hungry tendrils. The figure in front of her took a step forward, and the darkness followed, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Double quotes, no. She gasped, shaking her head as she tried to move, tried to get away, but her body was frozen. It was like the very air around her had become thick with the darkness, holding her in place. The figure took another step forward, its shape becoming more defined, its silhouette growing clearer with each passing moment. Maggie's eyes widened in horror as the realization hit her. This wasn't just the figure she had seen before. This wasn't the same twisted thing that had haunted her in the hallways of the school, but this was something worse. Asterisk, you can't. Fight it, asterisk. The voice of the figure echoed, its tone almost mocking. Asterisk, you opened the door. You freed us. Now you will never be free. Asterisk. The words echoed in her mind, and with them came a flood of memories. Emily's face, her smile, her laughter, and then the darkness, the shadows that had taken her, had taken everyone. The key, the door. Maggie had opened it, and with that, she had unleashed something far worse than she had imagined. Emily... Maggie whispered, her voice trembling. She couldn't help it. She couldn't fight the pull. She felt the weight of her guilt, the horror of what she had done. But then something inside her shifted. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something stronger, something deeper, defiance. She wasn't just going to stand here and let it consume her. She had fought this long, and she wasn't going to give up now. She gripped the key tighter. In her hand, the metal cold against her skin. The light it gave off was faint, but it was still there, still flickering like a heartbeat. The key had given her strength before. Maybe it could do so again. You won't win, she said, her voice stronger than she felt. I won't let you win. The figure stopped moving, the twisted smile on its face freezing in place. The darkness seemed to pause, waiting. The air around her grew thick with anticipation, the shadows pressing in on her, threatening to swallow her whole. But Maggie didn't back down. She didn't move. Instead, she held the key in front of her, its light glowing faintly at first, then brighter and brighter. The darkness recoiled, the shadows hissing and twisting as though they were afraid of it. Maggie's hand trembled, but she didn't stop. She pushed the light forward as if willing the darkness to retreat. The figure screeched, a terrible, guttural sound that rattled the very walls of the void around her. It recoiled, its form flickering, distorting. The shadows around it writhed, snapping and twisting in agony as the light from the key grew stronger, brighter, more powerful. Asterisk, no. Asterisk, the figure howled, its voice splitting the air. It was no longer just a voice, it was many, countless voices, all screaming in unison, pleading for her to stop. But Maggie didn't listen. She pushed the light forward, pushing it into the figure, into the very darkness that had been chasing her dot, and with a final blinding burst of light, the figure shattered. The darkness screamed as it evaporated, fading into nothingness, leaving behind only silence. Maggie stood in the middle of the empty void, her body trembling, her breath ragged. The light from the key faded, leaving her in the darkness once again, but this time it felt different. It wasn't the suffocating weight she had felt before. It was quiet, calm, like the shadows had been pushed back, locked away once more, but deep inside her, she knew the truth. The key was only temporary. The darkness would return, sooner or later. It always did. The door would always be there, waiting for her to open it again, and this time, when it came back, she would be ready.